faith. He really, my honourable friend, is a great advocate for the work that goes on in his own constituency. I would certainly encourage people to attend.
For statistics regulation that due to skewed methodology, this number is likely to have been a huge overestimate.
Mr. Speaker, I do share the concerns that the Office for Statistics Regulation has raised, and actually in February I asked my officials to explore with the ONS whether the census got the number right because of a lack of understanding of the question. We need to be very careful about language. People don't often understand what we mean when we use terms like transgender, gender identity. We've got to make sure that they understand that. So the ONS will be conducting and reporting on research to explore this issue, so that they should publish the results by the end of the year, and we'll monitor it going forward.
Question, Emma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Some years ago, the United Nations found that disabled people's rights were being systematically violated by Conservative ministers. Recently, the EHRC found that nothing at all has changed. Is the minister not ashamed?
I thank the honourable lady for her point. I think the point regarding the AHRC is that it's an independent and public body. But I don't think anybody comes to this House to erode anybody's rights, whether they are disabled or has a health issue whatsoever. And I absolutely do not absolutely refute what the honourable lady says. I think she should look at our actions and our record on the work that we've done around British Sign Language and more widely, and we absolutely stand by all constituents, whatever needs they have.
Just before we come to Prime Minister, I'd just like to welcome the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, and welcome to this chamber. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. I start with Stuart C. MacDonald.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the sympathies of the whole House are with all those affected by Storm Babbitt, and in particular the friends and families of those who lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I join the Prime Minister in expressing my sympathies to all those affected by the recent storms. But, Mr. Speaker, 2 million people just cannot be sustained from 20-odd aid lorries. Utter catastrophe is being unleashed in Gaza. Doesn't the Prime Minister now see that only a humanitarian ceasefire can bring about the scale of emergency aid that is needed? Of course, Israel has a right to defend itself in line with international and humanitarian laws, but we must also speak out when those laws are breached. So surely he agrees that depriving 2 million civilians, 1 million children of food, of water, medicines and fuel is not in accordance with international law. Will he press Israel to restore the supply of these essentials for the sake of innocent civilians and the future of the entire region?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we do everything we can to get humanitarian aid to those who need it in Gaza, which is why on Monday we announced a doubling of our international aid to the region, and why the Development Minister is actively engaged with our partners on the ground to ensure that that aid gets to those people as quickly as possible.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Double child rapist and murderer Colin Pitchfork had yet another parole review hearing only a few weeks ago. I thank the Justice Secretary for having listened to me and engaged the reconsideration mechanism rule. Now, I know the Prime Minister doesn't have any decision-making role within the Independent Parole Board. It's independent of government, but it is a wing of the executive. It is not the judiciary. Now, does the Prime Minister agree with me that men who rape and brutally murder young women, as Mr Pitchfork did to Dawn Ashworth and Linda Mann in my constituency, does he agree that generally, as a point of principle, these sexual offenders should remain in prison for most of their natural lives?
I agree with my honourable friend that the public should be confident that murderers and rapists will be kept behind bars for as long as is necessary to keep the public safe. And that's why we're reforming the parole system. Our victims' bill will mean that minimising risk and protecting the public are the sole considerations in parole board decisions. It will also give the Justice Secretary the power to step in on behalf of the public and take a second look at decisions to release the most serious offenders, including murderers and rapists. And last week we announced that we will be introducing longer sentences for dangerous criminals. For the most heinous crimes, life will mean life.
We come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about all those affected by these storms? Can I start by welcoming the new member for Mid-Bedfordshire? The first Labour MP ever to represent those beautiful towns and villages. He defied the odds, history, and, of course, the fantasy Lib Dem bar charts. Can I also welcome the new member for Tamworth? She will be a powerful representative for her constituents. Is the Prime Minister as relieved as I am that those constituents are not burdened with his defeated candidate who told them, don't worry, Mr Speaker, I'm going to sanitise this, to F off if they're struggling with the cost of living?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm proud of what this government is doing to support the most vulnerable over the past year. But, Mr Speaker, can I in fact join him in welcoming the new members to their places? After all, I suspect the new member for Mid-Beds may actually support me a little bit more than the last one. Although I did notice that the new member said that they will be opposing new housing in their local area, while the new member for Tamworth claimed that they will protect green spaces. I would urge them to have a word with their leader, because that's not exactly his position, Mr Speaker, although with his track record of U-turns, who knows what his housing policy will be next week.
So much for being the change candidate. He can't even distance himself from those appalling comments. But I do have to ask him, where on earth does the Prime Minister think his candidate got the idea in the first place that throwing expletives at struggling families was his government's official position?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, let's just look at the record of what this government is doing to help those people. Paying for around half of a typical family's energy bill over the last year, support worth over £1,500. For the most vulnerable in our society, receiving £900 in direct cost of living support, record increases in the national living wage, record increases in welfare, and this winter, Mr Speaker, pensioners to receive an extra £200 or £300 alongside their winter fuel payment to help them through what we know is a tough time. All of that, Mr Speaker, significant support funded by this government, all of that would be put at risk by Labour's reckless plans to borrow £28 billion a year.
He keeps boasting about how great things are. The voters keep telling him he's got it wrong. But I can see why the Tamworth candidate thought he was just following government lines. Annalisa and her 2 children lived in their home for 8 years. In May, they were kicked out with a no-fault eviction notice. Despite his government's pledge to scrap no-fault evictions, this week the Prime Minister crumbled to the landlords on his own backbenches and killed the policy. What message, other than the message delivered by his candidate in Tamworth, could Annalisa possibly take from that?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've taken significant action to help renters like Annalise and others. We've capped holding deposits at 1 week. We've protected tenants from rip-off tenancy fees, delivered almost 500,000 affordable homes for rent, and halved the number of percentage of substandard homes in the private rented sector, and strengthened local authority enforcement powers, because this government is delivering for renters. But we are also, Mr. Speaker, trying to ensure the new generation can buy their own home. So perhaps he can explain to Annalisa and thousands and millions of others why, when we brought forward plans to unlock 100,000 new homes, he stood in the way of that.
Just to say, it's Prime Minister's questions, not opposition questions. Keir Starmer. Sorry, Prime Minister, it is Prime Minister's questions. I don't need you nodding against my decision. Yes.
Well, I'm sure Annalisa and her children who've now been evicted will take great comfort from that non-answer. Emma and her teenage son saw their mortgage go up by more than a quarter. Well, they may think this is funny. This is real life. After 16 years of dutifully paying their mortgage, for the first time, she's having to choose between new shoes for her son and putting the heating on. All because his party crashed the economy, pushing mortgage rates to their highest levels in decades. He says ignore all that. Ignore the fact that the guilty men and women responsible are standing again as his candidates and still setting his policy. Can he not see why Emma might think that his party is telling them exactly where to go?
Mr. Speaker, he keeps talking about the mini-budget. I won't ask him a question, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will just point out he did actually support 95% of the things in that mini-budget, which I didn't, Mr. Speaker. But again, he's had a whole summer to get on top of the details. He's still ignoring the fact that rising interest rates are a global challenge. They are at their highest level in America and Europe for more than 20 or 30 years. Mortgage rates have doubled in America, trebled in Europe. Now, what we do want to do to help mortgage holders is ensure that they can use the mortgage charter that we've agreed with the banks. And thanks to the steps that we've taken, someone with a £200,000 property with about £100,000 left on their mortgage could save over £350 a month and lock in a new deal 6 months before theirs ended, and repossessions will be prohibited for 12 months from the first missed payment. He might have missed that policy is twice as generous as Labour's.
Absolutely tone deaf. In every cafe, pub and supermarket in Britain having the same conversation. We can't afford that. Put it back on the shelf. It's too expensive. He is completely oblivious, just patting himself on the back. Emily and Jamie have worked hard and saving for years to buy their own home. They were nearly there last year, but he scrapped house building targets because his backbenchers pushed him around. House building has fallen off a cliff, shattering the simple dream of home ownership for people like Emily and Jamie. Can the Prime Minister now see that actually his candidate in Tamworth was just loyally following the party line?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think these prepared lines really aren't working for him anymore. He literally asked a question. He literally asked me a question about the support that we're providing for mortgage holders. I gave him the answer to that question, and then he read from his script to say that we hadn't answered the question. We're providing significant help for all these people. He's moved on to housing targets, but here's the record. 2.5 million additional homes. Housing starts double what we inherited from the Labour Party. Housing supply up 10%, on track to deliver 1 million new homes, and a record number of first-time buyers, Mr. Speaker. But again, he brings up his candidates in Tamworth and Mid-Beds. As we open this session, he's now saying he wants to build homes. Well, both of those candidates want to say that they want to block new homes in their constituency.
Tell us more about it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, across our country, the British people are rolling up their sleeves and getting on with it, doing their best in the face of a punishing cost of living crisis and a government that has abandoned them. Abandoned renters at risk of being kicked out. Abandoned mortgage payers struggling to make ends meet. Abandoned those who dream of owning their own house. The truth is, his candidate in Tamworth summed up perfectly just how his and his Tories are treating the British public. So will he just call a general election and give the British public the chance to respond, as they did in Selby, Mid-Beds and Tamworth? They've heard the government telling them to F off, and they want the chance to return the compliment.
Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, look, as we saw with his recent decisions on actually building new houses, politicians like him always take the easy way out, Mr. Speaker. Whereas we're getting on making the right long-term decisions to change this country for the better on net zero, on HS2, on a smoke-free generation, on education and energy security. Contrast that to his leadership. Too cautious to say anything and hope that nobody notices, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell him, come that general election, the British people will.
I said "Ho," not more. Ho.
It's the first time I've been confused with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker.
There's been many rumours about you.
It will be soon. And all of them true, Mr. Speaker. Like me, my right honourable friend has the honour and privilege of representing a rural constituency. I'm sure he, like I, occasionally feels a certain degree of frustration that whilst progress has been made in this area, the rubric of funding formulae for things like the Environment Agency, local government, the police and education still fails to adequately reflect the difficulties and challenges of delivering public service in rural areas. Can my right honourable friend, the Chancellor and the wider government use the opportunities of both the autumn statement and the forthcoming budget to explore these issues further to give a better delivery of service for his constituents and for mine?
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue on behalf of both his and my constituents. It's vital that we have the same high-quality services in rural areas as well as our towns and cities. I am pleased to tell him that we're providing £95 million through the Rural Services Delivery Grant to help rural councils achieve exactly that. We are currently reviewing the police funding formula, and I remember working with him to ensure that the national funding formula for schools does take account of the differing characteristics of schools and their pupils. But we will continue to keep all these things under review, and I agree with them entirely. Our rural communities must be given the same funding and public services as everyone else in our country.
SNP Deputy Leader Murray Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the UN warned that hospitals in Gaza had just 48 hours of fuel left to keep their electricity going. That was 28 hours ago. The electricity runs out tonight. Now, we have a human responsibility to all the people in Gaza, but we have a particular responsibility for UK citizens, some of whom are in those hospitals with no food, no water, no medicine and no way out. So I want to ask the Prime Minister, how much worse does the situation have to get before he will join us in calls for a humanitarian ceasefire?
Mr. Speaker, from the start, we have said that the first and most important principle is that Israel has the right to defend itself under international law. Our support for that position is absolute and unchanged. But from the start, we have also said that we do want British nationals to be able to leave Gaza, and that we want hostages to be released and for humanitarian aid to get in. And we recognise that for all of that to happen, there has to be a safer environment, which of course necessitates specific pauses as distinct from a ceasefire. And we discussed this with partners yesterday evening at the United Nations. And we have also been consistently clear that everything must be done to protect civilians in line with international law and continue getting more aid flowing into Gaza.
Murray Black.
Mr. Speaker, the growing calls for a ceasefire is also about calming the situation in the broader region, especially the West Bank. UNICEF has reported over 2,000 fatalities and over 5,000 injured children since the conflict began due to unrelenting attacks. If we ignore this, we risk pouring petrol on a fire in a place that only requires a spark to ignite. Can the Prime Minister understand that joining calls for a ceasefire is now the best and maybe the only way to stop this conflict escalating beyond all control?
Mr. Speaker, we do have to remember that Israel has suffered a shockingly brutal terrorist attack. Hamas is responsible for this conflict and has the right to protect itself in line with international law. As the UN Charter makes clear, we will continue to urge the Israelis to follow international law, whilst we also have to remember that Hamas cruelly embeds itself in civilian populations. But we are doing everything we can to get aid into the region. I'm pleased to say an RAF flight left the UK this morning for Egypt carrying 21 tonnes of aid for Gaza. The relief supplies include over 75,000 medical kits, solar lights, water filters for families and warehousing equipment. Our team are on the ground ready to receive. We will continue to do everything we can to increase the flow of aid, including fuel, into Gaza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the matter of Wally's Quarry, my constituents in Newcastle-under-Lyme have been utterly let down and failed by the Environment Agency. Not only have they failed to prosecute a rogue operator for the repeated breaches of their permit, we now learn that all of their monitoring equipment for the last 7 years, including in your constituency, Mr. Speaker, has been grossly under-recording levels of hydrogen sulphide by a factor of approximately 2 or 3 times. That's the monitoring equipment that people have been relying on to tell them that their air is safe and clean to breathe. Given everything that's happened, we really need to see some proper action now. I've had enough with the EA, and my constituents have too. So will the Prime Minister do everything in his power to get a grip on this failing organisation?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the concerns of his constituents. The Environment Agency's criminal investigation is ongoing, so I hope he can understand that I can't therefore comment further on it. But with regard to his concerns about the measurement inaccuracies, I have been assured and checked the Environment Agency is working swiftly to understand the scale of the problem. The Environment Secretary is currently monitoring the situation, and I have asked that she keeps my honourable friend regularly updated.
Colin Eastwood.
Mr. Speaker, a few short months ago, the world came to Belfast to celebrate the Good Friday Agreement. At the heart of that agreement was the realisation that we could not use violence as a tool for revenge or to achieve our political aims. As 1,400 Israelis and almost 6,000 Palestinians lay dying and dead, when will the Prime Minister say enough is enough? When will he call for a ceasefire? When will he tell Israel to stop meting out collective punishment on the people of Gaza? And when will he and other world leaders insist on a political solution that involves a Palestinian state for the Palestinian people?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, an important principle is that Israel does have the right to defend itself under international law to ensure that attacks like this, which were brutal and horrific for their citizens, can't happen again, and we continue to support that position. But as I said, from the start, we've also wanted to ensure humanitarian aid can go in and hostages and nationals can come out. We recognise that that means there has to be a safer environment, which of course necessitates specific pauses as distinct from a ceasefire, and we discussed exactly this with our international partners yesterday at the United Nations and will continue to do so. And as I made clear on Monday, we have doubled down on our efforts to find a better future for the Palestinian people. It's been a feature of all our diplomacy in the region, and we will continue to give all our efforts to making that happen.
Robin Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For too long, Bradford Council have failed to represent the best interests of my constituents, whether it be their catastrophic failures on children's services, their inability to invest our own council tax back into Keighley and Ilkley, or their refusal to instigate a review into child sexual exploitation across the Bradford district. Local residents and I are fed up of being ignored by Bradford Council, and we want out. So will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss my case for leaving Bradford Council and creating our own unitary authority which better represents Keighley and Ilkley, putting our priorities first?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable friend is a passionate campaigner on this issue, indeed even introducing a private members' bill earlier on this year. And I agree with him that his council should be working to ensure that it delivers good services for all its residents, including his constituents. I will certainly arrange for the relevant minister to discuss his concerns further, and as he didn't do it, maybe I can plug his event this afternoon, I believe, in the Jubilee Room, the Keighley and Ilkley Showcase, where perhaps the minister can come to discuss it in person then.
William Morris.
It's just a year ago now that the new Prime Minister promised to unite our country, not with words, but with action. Quite rightly, voters make a judgment on actions. But in my constituency, as in many others, the Prime Minister hasn't delivered on his promises. Arbroath House in Easington Colliery is a GP practice without the funding to deliver basic community health services. Communities like Shotton, South Hetton, Hassel and Horden lack the police officers to tackle crime and antisocial behaviour. We see sewage being dumped on our coastline at Seaham and Blackhall without prosecution of the privatised water companies. We see investment for levelling up blocked for Horden. When will the Prime Minister call a general election and let Labour rise to the task of rebuilding Britain?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman raised crime. I'm pleased to say that crime is now down by over 50% since Labour were last in office, and that includes significant reductions in antisocial behaviour, which you mentioned. And indeed, earlier this year, not only did we meet our pledge to deliver 20,000 more police officers, a record number on our streets, our antisocial behaviour plan is already making a difference, delivering immediate justice and clamping down on that type of activity.
Kate Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rightly support the government's plans to build more homes and ease housing shortages. However, I have significant concerns about the impacts of developments on our ageing drainage systems and the potential risks that this poses for flooding, as we're seeing in places like the Hazel Walls development in Uttoxeter. What steps will the government take to ensure that as more houses are built, existing infrastructure is also upgraded and maintained by local authorities to ensure it's not overwhelmed with additional use and less permeable surfaces?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend knows, our traditional drainage systems are under increasing pressure, and that compares with the benefits of sustainable drainage systems, which work in a different way. It was already a requirement that sustainable drainage systems should be given priority in any major new developments and developments in flood risk areas. But earlier this year, we committed to requiring sustainable drainage systems in all new developments, in top of DEFRA's Plan for Water, which puts a statutory duty on water companies produce plans to set out how they will improve, maintain and extend our robust and resilient wastewater systems.
Charlotte Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I hosted the MS Society and people living with multiple sclerosis to hear about their experiences accessing personal independence payments. 10 years on from its introduction, people with MS and other fluctuating conditions are still too often being denied the support that they deserve to manage the extra costs of their condition and to retain their independence for longer. 22,524 people with MS have signed a petition calling for a full review of PIP for fluctuating conditions, which is on its way to Downing Street right now. Will the Prime Minister listen to their call?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry to hear about the experiences of those suffering with MS that she mentions. I'll ensure the Work and Pension Secretary looks at their concerns and rights to the Honourable Lady.
Sir Peter Bottomley, Father of the House.
We know some duck serious questions today, aiming for electoral advantage in the future. Can I note that the Prime Minister prefers to take decisions that will benefit the country now and the longer term, so that we can have more jobs, better education and a shared prosperity?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his kind words.
Mr. Speaker, while the final report of the infected blood inquiry has been postponed until March, Sir Brian Langstaff, the independent chair, has already published his recommendations on compensation for victims of that scandal. Can the Prime Minister explain why his government insists on postponing its response until after publication of the final report, kicking it into the long grass and delaying justice once again for my constituents Justine, Rachel and Paul, whose fathers died as a result of that scandal, as well as thousands of others across these aisles.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said previously from the dispatch box, what happened was an appalling tragedy, and my heart goes out to all of those affected and their families. I've given extensive evidence to the inquiry, so my position on this matter is on the record, but I would say there is extensive work that has been going on in government for a long time, coordinated by the Minister for the Cabinet Office, as well as interim payments of £100,000 being made to those who are affected.
Simon Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been a great champion of transport projects on the Welsh borders, including the electrification of the main line in North Wales, the reopening of Corwin Station and the Gabowen to Oswestry line, and also substantial levelling up fund investment in the Llangollen and Montgomery canals. Would the Prime Minister now deliver on the long-awaited Pant-Llanymynech bypass and also prioritise the dualling of the A5, A483 in Clwyd South and North Shropshire?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are making significant improvements to our cross-border rail services across the Union. Thanks to our decision on HS2, we can now provide an unprecedented £1 billion of investment to fund the electrification of the North Wales main line that will ensure reliable, punctual journeys between North Wales and multiple cities across north and west of England. We also are continuing to develop the Plant-Llanymynech bypass scheme in our next round of the road investment plans, and this section of the A5 in England will be considered by National Highways as part of the Midlands to Gloucestershire to Wales route strategy.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important that the COVID inquiry has all the relevant documents. That's what the public, including thousands of bereaved families, expect and deserve. But despite being a self-described tech bro, the Prime Minister has been unable to locate and provide his WhatsApp messages to the inquiry. Does he agree that devices should be handed over to experts to retrieve this information?
Mr. Speaker, both the government and I have fully cooperated to provide tens of thousands of documents to the COVID inquiry, and I look forward to giving evidence later this year.
Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With the ongoing national crisis in NHS dentistry being raised here most weeks, can my right honourable friend advise as to when the dentistry plan produced by the Department of Health will be published? And can he ensure that any clawed back unspent funds are ring-fenced for NHS dentistry so as to deal with emergencies and to help clear the backlog?
Mr. Speaker, we're investing £3 billion into NHS dentistry, and the reformed dental contract is helping to improve NHS access for patients. In the last year, I'm pleased to say NHS dental activity also increased by almost a quarter compared to the year before, but the forthcoming dental recovery plan, which will be out shortly, will include action to incentivise dentists to deliver even more NHS care.
Ruth Cabret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to be elected to this place, and the standards by which we are expected to abide matter. So does the Prime Minister accept that it was ill-judged for him to fail to declare to Parliament that companies linked to his wife had benefited to the tune of £2 million from a fund he had set up as Chancellor? Will he correct the record now?
Shocking.
Mr. Speaker, it's worth bearing in mind that the Labour frontbenchers backed the Future Fund when it was introduced. Indeed, they were calling for more funding for it, not less. The House will be aware of my wife's shareholdings in various British startups, so that's her career, which are on the record, and I'm happy to put on the record again. But it is worth bearing in mind that the Future Fund helped over 1,200 different companies. Neither the government nor the British Business Bank chose any of those specific investments. It was open to any British firm that met the criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, the UK is at risk of being left behind on hydrogen engines, hydrogen ice. The EU and the USA are now recognising hydrogen combustion engines as zero emissions and are supporting their industries as all viable zero carbon technologies will be needed, particularly for our HGVs, according to the RHA. So I'm working with Borg Warner, Fenia on ice and many MPs because this is crucial for UK jobs, skills and manufacturing. Will my right honourable friend commit to urgently extending the scope of the Automotive Transformation Fund industrialisation grants to include hydrogen engines so we win the ice race?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is determined to ensure that the UK remains one of the best locations in the world for automotive manufacturing. Hydrogen fuel cells and their upstream supply chain are already in scope of the ATF, and support for this fund has enabled Johnson Matthey's £60 million investment in Hertfordshire to develop hydrogen technologies. But I am told by the Minister that DBT are continuing to look at the future possibilities for renewable hydrogen and will consider the fund's eligibility in light of the new developments in this space.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an email in my inbox from a constituent who has family in Gaza. It reads, "My heart can't handle this anymore. We are being massacred, relentlessly bombed, homes are being destroyed, no water, no food, no electricity. Save the Children reported that one child is killed every 15 minutes. And as I speak, the lives of 130 babies in incubators are in danger if fuel does not reach their hospital in time. This is collective punishment of the Palestinian people in Gaza for crimes they did not commit. How many more innocent Palestinians must die before this Prime Minister calls for humanitarian ceasefire?"
Well, Mr. Speaker, I welcome that there is, in fact, unity across these dispatch boxes on Israel's right to defend itself in face of an unspeakable act of terror. But it is also clear that we must support the Palestinian people. They are victims of Hamas too. Hamas uses innocent people as human shields, and we mourn the loss of every innocent life, people of every faith, of every nationality, and we are working as hard as we can to get as much humanitarian aid into Gaza as quickly as practically possible.
Final question, Dr. Dan Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Suffolk experienced its worst local floods for over 100 years, with communities in and around Needham Market, Framlingham, Debenham and Wickham Market particularly badly affected. Homes and businesses have been destroyed. And Suffolk, the community, has rallied together in a very stoic and pragmatic way to support those in need at this very difficult time. But what longer-term support can the Prime Minister offer to the people in Suffolk, those businesses and homes that have been affected by these floods, to help them to recover and rebuild?
Well, flooding is a devastating experience, and I extend my sympathies to all those affected, including those in his own constituency. I'm pleased to say that that's why, through the flood recovery framework, we are confirming additional financial support for those households and businesses most affected. This will include a £500 grant for households, council tax discounts and business rates relief of up to 100% for 3 months. Small and medium-sized businesses will also be eligible for £2,500 business recovery grant and up to £5,000 grants for flooded homes to make them more resilient for future flooding. We recognise the heroic efforts, Mr. Speaker, of local councils like his and emergency responders everywhere who have been working tirelessly in affected areas. They have our thanks, and we also stand ready to consider any requests from councils for support in their recovery efforts.
Just let me. That completes questions. I'll come to point one in a second.
PMQs there wrapping up, and perhaps the biggest headline coming from it relating to the UK response to the situation between Israel and Gaza was that the first UK aid flight for Gaza has taken off, the Prime Minister confirmed during PMQs. It's en route to Egypt, and as he confirmed that, the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps tweeted to say, quote, The first flight of UK aid for Palestinians is en route to Egypt after the RAF rapidly deployed 2 airlift supplies into the region. The UK is committed to help those suffering in the humanitarian crisis created. Our armed forces stand ready to support our aid response. There was a couple of questions there towards the end of PMQs about whether the UK should be doing more to help those in Gaza. And the Prime Minister made clear he wants more aid to reach there. As it relates to that, he did say there therefore needs to be a safer environment in Gaza, so that aid can reach those affected. But he distanced that from a ceasefire. He said not quite a ceasefire when pressed, specifically in a question about whether the UK government should be calling outright for a ceasefire. He reiterated throughout every question on the topic that Israel has a right to defend itself. A couple other bits of breaking news coming from Israel and Gaza during Prime Minister questions. The health ministry in Gaza, which is controlled by Hamas, has said that 756 Palestinians, including 334 children, have been killed in the last 24 hours in Gaza. 756 Palestinians, including 344 children. Also worth noting that Israeli air attacks are taking place on Aleppo International Airport. That is according to the Syrian state television. We spoke earlier in the day about some attacks between Syria and Israel in the Golan Heights area. This, according to Syrian state TV, seems to be an extension and/or escalation of that. Let's return to Ali Fortescue for a sum-up of the key takeaways from Prime Minister's questions. And Ali, we mentioned there a couple of the takeaways as it relates to the Israel-Gaza war. Interestingly enough, from Keir Starmer, there wasn't a question on it. It focused on domestic issues like housing.
Yes, I mean, it felt completely different to last week, didn't it, where the tone was very solemn, the focus totally on what was going on in the Middle East. But as you say, I mean, I was quite struck by the Labour leader, who seemed really pretty galvanised and high spirits. I mean, obviously, he's just had a big by-election, double by-election historic win in Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire. So he was really focusing, as you say, on domestic issues, on mortgages, on renters. He gave the specific case study of someone who was struggling to pay their mortgage, choosing between their children's food and shoes and heating their home. He said that the Prime Minister was tone deaf, had abandoned renters, had crumbled to landlords. So this was clearly, I think, a Labour leader trying to talk about the domestic agenda, domestic issues that he thinks is chiming with voters, and try to really leapfrog from those big by-election wins. But as you say, there were important and difficult questions about Gaza. There were calls for a ceasefire from the deputy SNP leader in Westminster, and also from some on Labour's backbenchers, including MP Yasmin Qureshi at the end of the session. Questions to the Prime Minister, but I think questions too, of course, for the Labour Party in a week where there has been some criticism from certainly Labour councillors, some private Labour backbench MPs on the leader of the Labour Party's tone on Israel. We know he's meeting Labour MPs shortly at about 12:45, and we also know that 150 Muslim Labour councillors today have called for a ceasefire. So this is, I think, a Labour leader under the microscope as well, who has had a significant amount of momentum in recent weeks. But could this be the issue where we see the party unity coming undone? I spoke to a shadow cabinet minister earlier who said that he felt that this had perhaps all been overstated and he didn't sense that there was disunity within the parliamentary party. But I think the next few days and weeks will be crucial for the Labour leader on the issue of what's going on in the Middle East at the moment. But a year since Rishi Sunak became the Prime Minister, the focus from the Labour leader was on renters, on mortgages, on domestic issues, what he thinks is going to be cutting through with the public. And the evidence so far from what we saw last week is that Labour do seem to be cutting through with the public after those historic by-election wins.
And Ali, just to round off the headlines from that aid flight en route to hopefully reach Gaza, but en route to Egypt initially, were we expecting that this quickly?
we were certainly expecting it at some point, and as you say, it was confirmed at Prime Minister's questions, and then this tweet from Grant Shapps confirming that the first UK aid flight is en route to Egypt. We heard the Prime Minister saying they're doing everything they can to get aid into Gaza, and this obviously reflects that as well. As I said, I think we were expecting it at some point. I don't think we were necessarily expecting it in the middle of Prime Minister's questions, but I think they will hope that this sends a clear message that they are doing everything they can to get aid where it's needed. But we also heard the Prime Minister reiterating his commitment to support Israel again several times during Prime Minister's questions.
Ali Fortescue, thanks so much for that. Prime Minister's questions there taking place just moments ago. And during that, there was some breaking news relating to a second inquest by the coroner into the death of a 17-year-old Yousef Maki. And that concluded that he was killed unlawfully. Just to remind you of the situation, this took place on March the 2nd, 2019 in Cheshire. And Yousef Maki, who was 17, died after rowing with his friend Joshua Molnar, also 17 at the time. He was acquitted of murder and manslaughter on grounds of self-defence at the time, but the coroner today ruling that he was in fact, Yousef Maki was in fact unlawfully killed. And that might raise questions now as to whether there needs to be a review of the initial verdict. But that is the development today. We do have a live picture where we are expecting to hear from some family members of Yousef Maki, as you can see there in Stockport. We will return to that as and when we do hear from family members of Yousef Maki, who the coroner today has ruled was unlawfully killed back in March 2019. Now, a former police officer who blackmailed and threatened more than 200 girls online into sending him explicit photos has been sentenced to life in prison. Lewis Edwards was this morning ordered to serve a minimum of 12 years in jail as the judge described his behaviour as cruel and sadistic.
These are extremely serious offences, and the defendant was a prolific offender. He has caused significant harm to the victims, to their parents, their siblings, and their wider families. It is clear that he not only gained sexual gratification from his offending, but that he also enjoyed the power and control that he had over these young girls. His reaction to their distress can properly be described as cruel and sadistic. His offending is significantly aggravated by the fact that he was a serving police officer.
South Wales Police, the force Edwards served with, say they acted quickly to arrest and suspend him as soon as they realised the abuser was one of their own.
The crimes committed by Lewis Edwards are despicable, and the public will be as shocked and sickened as we are that such appalling offences were committed by a police officer. As soon as we knew that the suspect was a serving officer, Lewis Edwards was suspended and sacked at a misconduct hearing which was held at the very earliest opportunity to remove him from the service. His behaviour only serves to damage the public's trust and confidence in policing and undermines the work of responsible, hard-working police officers who serve the communities of South Wales with courage and pride. There is no place in South Wales Police for anyone who abuses the personal responsibility that they hold as a police officer or member of staff. I understand there will be people asking how Edwards could have joined the police at the same time he was committing these terrible crimes. At the time of him joining South Wales Police, his vetting was clear, and there was nothing to indicate that he was involved in such abhorrent offences against children. Our number one priority is to protect the public, so if anyone has any information about the safety of young or vulnerable people, or those who pose a risk in our society, then I urge them to come forward and report it to us. I am grateful for the work of our investigation team who have brought Edwards to justice and ensured his victims have been protected from further abuse.
Sky's Shaman Freeman-Powell has more for us from...
They all have websites with information accessible by the public. The small steps required of them by this bill will not incur substantial additional expenditure. Ongoing maintenance of the records will not require much time, effort or expense either. My bill will be the first step on this journey to addressing the blight of derelict buildings from our communities. The first step to the solution. By passing a law requiring all local authorities to identify derelict buildings in their area, we can start to make progress. So let me start with the definitions. A derelict site is defined in my bill as a site that has structure or structures upon the land which are ruinous, derelict or in dangerous condition. The next step is to identify the derelict buildings and properties. Council officers will firstly check their existing records for empty properties. Most, if not all, properties will be easily identified by their status regarding payment of council tax or business rates. A provisional list can be easily created, which then should be published. Additionally, all local authorities have district councillors. They should know their wards intimately. Conservative councillors do. That I do know. It seems to me that each councillor could easily provide the council with the details and addresses of buildings they believe are an eyesore in their locality, and they should be put on a provisional list. I would not expect there to be too many who are not on that list. Those properties will then be visited by council officers to establish the condition. The properties on the provisional list will then be classified as derelict, and they are only given 28 days notice of the intention to give that classification of the property. Any owner would have the right to object, providing reasons in writing. These objections could then be reviewed. The local authority could then either withdraw the classification or confirm it. So why is such a list of any value to us at all? The advantages are numerous. It enables us to firstly know the scale of the problem. It provides an incentive to all areas to see the list reduce rather than increase. Should the buildings be left as they are, improved or demolished? These are questions that will arise, and the right answers may be different across the board. Should improvement works be exempt from VAT? Should there be compulsory purchase orders made? Should owners be required to carry out improvements or demolition? Should they be persuaded to address this by carrot or stick, or indeed both? Lots of questions such as these arise. This bill does not attempt to answer those questions. It does, however, enable us for the first time to understand the scale of the problem which faces every part of this wonderful country. I want to ensure that our cities, towns and villages are not blighted. Derelict buildings are a blight. There is no doubt on that. Let us identify the scale of the problem. Let us learn from the wisdom of Albert Einstein. Let us think about the problem. This bill will enable us to do exactly that. Then and only then shall we find the solution and return all our towns and cities to their former glory. Thank you.
The honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Dr Liam Fox, Anthony Higginbottom, Mark Eastwood, Damien Moore, Paul Bristow, Brendan Clark-Smith, Mark Jenkinson, Danny Kruger, Leah Nietzsche, Alexander Stafford and Miriam Cates and myself.
Nick Fletcher.
Register of Derelict Buildings Bill.
Second reading what day?
24th of November.
24th of November. Well done. Congratulations. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Bill. Consideration of Lord's message.
No. Now. Brilliant. We begin with the government's motion to insist on the Commons Amendments 151A and disagree with Lords Amendments 15E and 151F. with which it will be convenient to debate Amendment A to the motion and the other government motion on the notice paper. I now call on this Honourable Member to move the motion.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to bring this important bill back to the House this afternoon for what I sincerely hope is the last time, given that this will be the third time we've debated and voted on similar issues. I'd urge the front bench opposite and those in the other place to not risk the safe passage of this hugely significant, near 400-page bill by continuing to press these two amendments. We have appreciated the input from members on both sides of the House to help change this bill for the better, including my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, and my right honourable friends, the members for South Swindon and Bromley and Chislehurst, and indeed the honourable gentleman, the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill. Failure to prevent, of course, is what we're discussing, together with the identification doctrine. These are world-leading measures, and I think it's the first time a major economy like ours has implemented these measures, and we should be very proud that we're implementing these in this legislation. But of course, if the elected chamber expresses its strong will on these remaining issues for a third time today, then I very much hope the other place will agree that now is the time for them to accept the position when the bill returns to the House. And we'd all, of course, rather, I think, what we have than see all this good work being in vain by letting legislation fall. We'll move now to discuss the two issues in turn. I'll keep my remarks brief, for the arguments remain the same as the preceding two times we have discussed them. I'll start first with the Lord's Amendment 151E and 151F on the failure to prevent threshold. I'll also address the amendment tabled last night by the Right Honourable Member for Barking on a government review of the threshold. While my noble Lord Garnier's amendment has moved closer yet again to the government's position by exempting micro-entities and small organisations from the offence, I'm afraid that the government will not support the lowering of the threshold at this time. And let me repeat the reasons why. It is already, of course, an offence to perpetrate fraud. The objective of the new offence is to ensure there is accountability where fraud occurs in large organisations. There is simply no need to apply any such offence to smaller organisations. Every time an offence like this is introduced, business owners end up distracted from running their businesses by taking time to reassess their compliance risks, which often involves taking professional advice. We assess the revived threshold proposed by Lord Garnier would cost medium-sized enterprises £300 million in one-off costs and nearly £40 million in annual recurring costs. We should be making it easier for businesses to operate in the UK and only impose additional regulatory burdens when absolutely necessary. The government completely rejects the notion of using an offence like this simply to raise awareness among business owners of the seriousness of the problem of fraud. There will be other, more proportionate ways to do that if necessary. In response to the amendment tabled by the Honourable Member for Barking, I would say that the government has already future-proofed this legislation by including a delegated power to allow the government to raise, lower or remove the threshold altogether. Of course, as with all legislation, the government will keep the threshold under review, and I will make a personal commitment to do that, of course. I will make changes if there is evidence to suggest they are required. I do not think a government review is necessary for this to take place, and so I would ask the Right Honourable Member to withdraw her amendment. And bear in mind, of course, that a review doesn't guarantee any change anyway. So I think what guarantees change is the right people at the dispatch box making those changes, whether it be people from her party or my party, which are both equally exercised by these particular concerns. I would urge all honourable members to support the government motion to disagree with the Lord's amendments to ensure we take a proportionate approach and do not impose unnecessary measures on legitimate businesses that will curb our economic growth. We move now to discuss Lord's Amendment 161D, tabled by Lord Fawkes, on cost protection in civil recovery cases. The government remains of the view that this type of amendment would be a significant departure from the fundamental principle of justice, that of the loser pays, and therefore not something that should be rushed into without careful consideration. Furthermore, as I set out when we last debated this issue, we have seen no clear evidence that this amendment would increase the number of cases taken on by law enforcement. However, that is not to say this type of amendment is necessarily a bad idea. That is why we previously added a statutory commitment on the face of the bill to review the payment of costs in civil recovery cases in England and Wales by enforcement authorities, and to publish a report on the findings and lay it before Parliament within 12 months. Normally, with regard to civil costs reform in England and Wales, the Government would look to consult appropriate consultees, including the senior judiciary and the Law Society and Bar Council. Enacting this reform now, without a full review, will not allow judges and relevant organisations, or indeed their counterparts in Northern Ireland and Scotland, to comment on how it would be read and applied in practice. It would therefore be irresponsible, we feel, for us to rush into making such a significant change at the end of a bill without full consideration by government and further scrutiny by Parliament. And I very much hope all honourable members will agree that this is, and indeed right honourable members, that this is the responsible approach to take, and therefore support the government's position. Very happy to give way to the honourable secretary.
Can I ask the Minister? The Minister very clearly said that there had been consultation with Scotland and with Northern Ireland. Can the Minister indicate who those discussions have taken place? Has it been banks, for instance? Has it been the departments that look after the Northern Ireland Assembly in absence of a functioning Assembly? I'm keen to know who actually does the work and to ensure that when it comes to accountability, that there is accountability for everyone.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and clearly there are different legal jurisdictions in Northern Ireland and Scotland, for example, the Court of Session in Scotland, of course, and the relevant, we're talking from a legal perspective, the council in those particular jurisdictions are the kind of people we would discuss. But of course, in the wider issues of things like failure to prevent, of course, banks themselves, of course, and many other stakeholders that people will consult during this process, and of course, I'm happy to keep up the conversation with him. Very happy to give way again.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I asked the question is quite specific. I know it may not necessarily be directly to do with, but the honourable gentleman has referred to banks. I've had a number of local organisations, community groups back home who have had their bank accounts closed simply because they're registered and they're constituted as community institutions. Yet now, when it comes to the process, banks have just closed those accounts down because they say they're non-profitable. Is that right? Should banks be able to do that? I know the Minister has my understanding on the matter.
Can I just help a little bit? The honourable gentleman is very good. His intervention good, but the long. Why doesn't he put down to speak? It might be easier because I've got to get other people in as well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It raises a very important issue, and this is the debanking concerns we have across the economy. I know my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary of the Treasury, is looking at this, as is the Treasury, and I think in future it's an intention to make sure that banks, when they do close accounts, give a valid reason why, rather than just closing them summarily. But I think it's absolutely right. He raises the point. I'm very happy to engage with him on it because it affects businesses as well as community groups. If I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone to agree with the Government's position on these two areas. It is vital that we achieve royal assent without delay so that we can proceed to implement the important reforms within this bill as quickly as possible. And I beg to move.
The question is that this House insists on Commons Amendment 151A and disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 151E and 151F. Shadow Minister Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak on this bill again, and I was hoping that we could conclude this bill as soon as possible. And it's disappointing that the government is yet to make further compromises. The bill is welcomed in principle, but it shouldn't have taken the war in Ukraine to prompt the government into action. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, the right honourable member for Hodge Hill, and members across the House for working together to improve the bill. We know economic crime poses a threat to our country, our national security, our institutions, our economy, and causes serious harm to our citizens and wider society. Conservative estimates place the cost of economic crime at £290 million pounds per year, according to the National Crime Agency. The failure to stop criminals from benefiting from the proceeds of their crime can fund further criminality. And this can include offences such as funding organised crime groups, terror activity, drug dealing, people trafficking. This is a very serious issue. Economic crime, the Minister will know, has many victims, and for too long the government has turned a blind eye to corrupt and dirty money, allowing Russian illicit finance to flood into Britain and let Putin's cronies stash ill-gotten gains and even recycle those proceeds of crime into luxury properties. This is well documented, and it has been highlighted by many members across the House as well as in select committees. It's in the tune of 6.7 million, Madam Deputy Speaker, of properties that are brought through suspicious wealth, according to analysis by Transparency International. Of these, almost a quarter in value were bought by Russians accused of corruption or links to the Kremlin. Most of these are held via secretive offshore companies. This drives up property prices for ordinary people in our country. More than 2/3 of English and Welsh properties held by foreign shell companies don't report their true owners. Research by the London School of Economics and Warwick University shows that the Register of Overseas Entities is not fully effective. And for 71% of these properties, essential information about their beneficial owners remains missing or publicly inaccessible despite the Register of Overseas Entities. And this means we still cannot know whether sanctioned individuals, money launderers, or other corrupt individuals are benefiting from these properties. We cannot and will not, must not sustain economic growth on the back of dirty money. The government has already delayed this bill and actions for too long. And in that time, money has been lost, economic crime has become ingrained, and the UK economy has once again lost out. And given that the nature and necessity of the bill has already been discussed at length, I want to focus on the two amendments. During the passage of this bill, helpful alterations have been made to make sure this bill is robust. The amendments before us today seek to address those two omissions, the Lord's amendments. And we are very disappointed that the government is not willing to compromise, not willing to heed the wise and expert input of the Lords. And that is deeply disappointing. Because a great deal could be achieved if the Minister and his government took note, including from his own side, of learned, honourable members. If he is brief rather than talking the bill out like he did last time, I will give way.
I'll be very brief. And just on the question of compromise, you will have noticed that there was no failure to prevent offence when this legislation was first tabled, nor there was an identification doctrine. I think there's been significant compromise on this side of the House. And what our preference clearly is to move forward in that spirit of compromise. We have achieved a great deal with this legislation, which has moved from under 300 pages to now 400 pages. So I don't think it's right to say the government has not compromised.
I know the Minister, when he was a backbencher, was a powerful advocate of the very issues we're discussing today. It's a shame he's been muzzled, but I appreciate that he's in a difficult position. And I do hope that we can have some compromise, but clearly he hasn't managed to persuade senior members of his government. I ask the government once again to carefully consider these amendments so that we can best tackle the problem of fraud and economic crime. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister highlighted all the problems with the amendments. I want to talk about the strengths of these amendments. The Noble Lord Garnier's amendment on failure to prevent fraud, which exempts small micro-enterprises, highlights in the other place the criminal law should be uniform and apply to all in a similar way. This is not just a small, insignificant amendment, but a change that would significantly alter law enforcement. For context, fraud is the most common crime in the UK, accounting for 41% of all crimes. Introducing a failure to prevent offence would help deter companies from engaging or facilitating fraud. In order to fully change corporate behaviour, we must ensure that this offence applies to all companies regardless of their size. And as has already been stated on many occasions, since the failure to prevent bribery covers all companies, there's no reason why this shouldn't also cover businesses of all sizes. It simply creates more discrepancies and confusion for businesses. The size of a business should not determine who is exempt. The government has touted this exemption as a protection for small businesses against unnecessary red tape. But this carve-out in reality is depriving SMEs of the defence of having put in place reasonable anti-fraud procedures. Smaller companies will instead only be covered by fraud offences itself, when large companies would be caught by the lighter failure to prevent fraud offence. The introduction of a new failure to prevent offence should apply to all, and the corresponding defence of putting in place reasonable defence procedures should be available to all. In effect, through this carve-out, the government is creating an uneven playing field biased against smaller companies. This bill currently leaves large gaps of economic crime to not only persist but flourish, which I know is not the intention of the Minister, but this action, this amendment would have gone a long way to address these issues. So I ask the Minister to carefully once again consider the amendment rather than rejecting it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the Noble Lord Fawkes's amendment quickly, where on cost protections in civil recovery cases. This amendment gives more discretion to court judges to alter the allocation of legal costs to ensure that extortionate legal fees are not a hindrance to justice. The spirit of the amendment is that it will help to prevent criminals from benefiting from the proceeds of crimes here or around the world. When it comes to cases where enforcement agencies are trying to prosecute high-level, large-scale economic crime, cost orders remain a serious barrier. I know this firsthand from evidence that we received when I was in the Treasury Committee, where we conducted 2 inquiries on these issues. Our enforcement agencies need strong backing if they are to take on fraud, money laundering and other types of economic crime on the largest scale. Right now, the government should be on the side of our agencies rather than tying their hands behind their backs. This amendment would ensure that criminals, cronies and kleptocrats are not given cover by leaving the back door open for them to spend their way out of justice. That cannot be right. It would ensure that the size of their bank accounts and assets does not give them a guarantee to get out of jail free card just because they can afford to meet any expenses required to support their case. The Minister knows this is a problem. He's heard evidence of it. He knows this is a serious issue that needs to be addressed. It has been disappointing to see the government's lack of willingness to protect our law enforcement. It seems reasonable that a court could have discretion on how to allocate costs, especially when we know of previous cases, such as which resulted in a family, for instance, seeking costs of a staggering 1.5 million, which represented in one case 40% of the National Crime Agency's budget back for the years 2015 to 18. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill is almost over the line. There have been some improvements, I acknowledge that, but we could do a lot more. We have welcomed the bill. We welcome the amendments that were made by the Lords. We are disappointed that the government continues to fail to support them. We would be in a much better place if there was an actual compromise on these 2 amendments. The failure to prevent is a case in point. For years we have been calling to replicate the successes of the Bribery Act. That is a good example. Our city, sadly, has been nicknamed at times as the Londongrad and is considered a capital where money laundering and fraud is rife. This means that we have to do more to tackle these issues. This bill only provides part of the solution. It requires much more radical action, and not the timidity that we've seen both today and in the previous session. It is saddening to see that this really important opportunity is being missed by the government. We will continue to hold the government's feet to the fire. Sadly, given the lack of compromise, it will be on the next government, I hope the next Labour government, to pick up the pieces and toughen up our response to end the corrosive impact of dirty money in our country. Thank you.
Before I call the next honourable member, it may not be obvious but we only have until 1:51 to complete this business, so I appeal for brevity. I'm not going to put on a time limit. Everybody here present is a distinguished and experienced member. We shouldn't need a time limit.
There is a point of order, just so that I'm clear in my mind.
Point of order, Dame Margaret
Point
Hodge.
of order. We speak until 1:51, and then we vote after that. Is that right? Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. For clarity, the Honourable Lady is absolutely correct. Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There has been a great deal of improvement in this bill, and as much as it is welcome. And I recognise that. I recognise what the Minister has said, but I'm sorry the Treasury's dead hand has yet again got in the way of getting the bill into the best possible state. And let's be blunt about it. The government, I regret, hasn't moved, and that's why I support the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Barking, my Right Honourable learned friend, the Member for Swindon South, which I have signed, because I think that offers a sensible compromise. If it takes longer for the Treasury and other parts of government to be persuaded, well and good. Let's have a proper review after 12 months. But a serious issue is risen here, and there are 2 points I'm going to make very shortly. Firstly, the point made in the other place by the noble Lord Garnier of the inherent contradictions in having a test of criminality based upon size of organisation. I can see a proportionality point about very small enterprises, but there is good evidence, and anyone who practices in the field will know that quite often fraud and other illicit activity is channeled through smaller companies. And actually, they're precisely the people that you do need to have a degree of control over. Law enforcement is not, with respect, needless bureaucracy. It's actually fundamental to good business. And I think that point is regrettably being missed in this. Very quickly.
This was a point underlined in the public evidence to the bill, where we heard people explain how many different smaller companies may well be set up in order to become conduits for fraud to take place.
It's a very compelling point. It also fits with the evidence that the Justice Committee had in relation to our inquiry into fraud in the justice system. The irony is the government's current stance may well create a perverse incentive. And that is certainly not, I'm sure, what the Minister wants, and it's not what I think anyone in this House ought to want. The point about cost caps is important too, but I'm particularly exercised about the duty to prevent offence. This is something that everybody has argued for. We are nearly there, and I really would have hoped that the government, being reasonable, would have said, well, let's have a look at it, let's have a commitment on the bill. I accept the Minister's an entirely honourable man. I accept what he says, but I know from personal experience, ministers do not stay forever. And at the end of the day, one wants the assurance that this will be written into the statute, that there will be a review, because it is so important. Yeah. So I beg the Minister just to reflect upon that point, because otherwise those who want to be able to support the government today find themselves in a position where we cannot, when there is so little between us. And the ability to move just that little bit extra would actually send a much better signal. As it is, the Lords passed these amendments last time with larger majorities than before, and they will be entitled to take note of that in the event that this goes back again. So I do hope the government, even at the last minute, will reflect.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Hear, hear.
I'm Alison Thewlis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I knew when you referred to us all as distinguished and experienced members, you didn't mean me, Deputy Speaker. It's fine. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are back again, and I think it is incumbent on the government really to listen to the Lords and to get this right. This is the third time we've been back here, and the Lords have been very clear that they feel very strongly about these very reasonable amendments that they are putting forward. It shows how important that they are and how we should be getting this right. There is no question, as the Minister suggested, that we're going to let this bill fall today. If he was worried about that, he would accept the Lords' amendments this afternoon rather than allowing them the process to keep rolling on. We didn't need to be here at the last minute this afternoon. He could have accepted a lot of these amendments much earlier on in this process, because they are amendments fundamentally that he agrees with. He agrees with these, and we know that because he has said that in this House on multiple occasions before he took ministerial office. So I think there's a lot that could be done if the Minister would make that compromise this afternoon. The notion that you're going to exempt 99.5% of businesses from this by the way in which the legislation has been, this failure to rent, by the way in which the legislation has been constructed is mad. It's absolutely mad. But small businesses are both a part of economic crime and are victims of economic crime. We had figures that arrived in our inbox earlier today from UK Finance that said their findings for the first half, just the first half of 2023, is that criminals stole 580 million through unauthorised and authorised fraud in the first half of the year. They say it's a 2% decrease, but it's still a significant amount of money, and that is businesses that are losing out as well as individuals, and the government should be paying more attention to this. He talked about the failure to prevent as being a distraction for business. I wonder if he also thinks, for consistency, that the Bribery Act 2010 and the failure to prevent bribery is a distraction for business, that the Criminal Finances Act and the failure to prevent tax evasion is a distraction to business. Because if he thinks that it's a distraction for business to failure to prevent economic crime, then surely he thinks those are also an unnecessary bit of bureaucracy that businesses have to carry out. It doesn't make any sense, Madam Deputy Speaker. I fully support the level playing field for cost protections. We must give our law enforcement agencies both the tools and the money to do their job. There should be no law enforcement agency that thinks we can't afford to take on this case. We can't afford to prosecute these economic criminals. The government should be supporting law enforcement, allowing this amendment to go through, and making sure that we make the best possible legislation that we can. There's no excuse for the government not to do these things. The government agrees with them. We in this House cross-party agree with them. They should get on with it and not give this back to the Lords. Thank you.
Sir Robert Buckland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will certainly remember your exhortation to brevity, which, as you know, is something of a bit of a challenge for me at the best of times. Look, I'm not. I hear my honourable friend from Surrey Heath make the same point, and I think he might suffer from the same affliction, dare I say, but I would draw a veil of charity over that. I want to address my honourable friend and my friend on the front bench, who has campaigned assiduously with us in the trenches on this issue for many, many years, and I yield to no one in my admiration for him, and I want to thank him and put it on the record how grateful I am that he's in this place, in that spot, doing the job that he's doing. We have come a long way. I well remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, being on the PBL committee, giving authorisation to this bill in the first place, and knowing then that the bill would require heavy amendment during its course. The nature of this bill was that we had to act in the light of the appalling incidents in Ukraine and the changed world situation that created. And inevitably this bill was going to develop and mature it has. The identification principle changes are truly radical and reflect a long view by the Law Commission and others that we needed to update the Tesco and Nattrass principle, now 50 years old. And I salute him for making sure that that's happened, and colleagues in the Lords as well for making sure that that has happened. But I do have to press him again about the basis upon which now the government, very much at the last minute, makes assertions that the regulatory or the administrative or the cost burden on small and medium businesses is going to be as dramatically high as its assertions. I don't think we've had proper time to test those estimates. I'm afraid I don't think they bear out scrutiny. They do not reflect the government's position on previous failing to prevent offences, namely tax evasion and bribery. And I'm afraid it does beg a huge range of questions that no doubt my colleagues in the profession, and I declare, of course, my interest in the register, as I should do on every occasion, I do so now, my colleagues in the legal profession will feast upon these threshold definitions. And worse than that, unscrupulous operators in the field will exploit these threshold definitions and find clever ways around the law. And we know what that means. We see shell companies, we'll see people of straw, we will see the same behaviour that we are trying quite rightly to eradicate. Why? Because we want this country to be one of the best places in the world to invest. This is an economic argument, chiefly. Yes, there's a morality to it, of course, but chiefly this is an economic argument. And that's why at the last minute, as we come to prorogation, I remind my honourable friend of the increased majorities in the other place for these amendments, and in particular the attempt that we have made to compromise with the government. At the last minute, I imposed myself upon the goodwill of the clerks in order to get a further amendment in before the time limit, a manuscript amendment to potentially increase that period of 1 year mentioned in the amendment to 18 months. The amendment's not been selected for debate, but it's an important political point that we wish to make, that we are seeking at the last minute to come up with reasonable compromises. And I give him this as another idea. Bills normally come in at royal assent. We imagine royal assent will be today or tomorrow with the prorogation ceremony. 2 months is the normal period for those bills to come into force. He has the power to lay commencement orders to make sure that certain parts of the bill do not come into force until the laying of an SI. He's got that power. Why not use it in this case and accept the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend from Barking? He can see that we are trying, commanding all the ingenuity that we have, to come up with reasonable compromises that can allow this bill to pass in the best possible order. I make a last-minute plea to him to accept these exhortations and to not oppose the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, in the name of my honourable friend from Bromley and Chislehurst and me. And I can say no more to my honourable friend other than to thank him and to ask him to go that extra yard.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is another leg in a long journey, and I will focus, if I may, on this, in my contribution, on the amendment that stands in my name.
Which you move.
And which is supported by the Right Honourable Member for South Swindon and the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I formally move the amendment. Before I start, I do want to place on record my thanks to everybody across the House, some of the people who are here today, for the way in which we've managed to work together as members of Parliament and put our political affiliations behind us in trying to find a common sense, pragmatic way to tackle a horrific problem and to improve the bill that was laid before us now almost a year ago. And I also do want to pay special tribute to members of the House of Lords who have worked incredibly hard, again, to try in a practical way improve the bill, particularly the Honourable Lord Garnier, the Honourable Lord Agnew, the Honourable Lord Vox and the Honourable Lord Edward Foulkes, all of whom have moved important amendments that have been supported by members across the House here, many of whom are members of the APPG. And I would draw members' attention here in this House to what happened to their amendments to the Failure to Prevent Bill. When that was first considered by the House of Lords, it was passed by a majority of 3. When it was considered a second time, it was passed by a majority of 26. When it was considered a third time last week, it was passed by a majority of 41. So the strength of feeling in the other place about the importance of the propositions that were in those bills simply grew over time as the argument was heard by more and more members of the House of Lords. And I bet if it goes back again, it will get through again with an even greater majority. And I say to the Minister, the people voting for this, it's not just a partisan issue, it's crossbenchers and members of the Conservative Party who are either voting or choosing to abstain. And that is why we're securing those majorities in the House of Lords. Our amendment is moved in the spirit of compromise. And all we are saying in that amendment is that we would require the Secretary of State to carry out a review a year after royal assent with a report to Parliament within 18 months of royal assent, where they would assess the impact of excluding so many businesses from having duties to prevent fraud and look at the impact of that on the incidence of frauds, and where they would also assess the potential merits of bringing more companies into scope. Now, I want to take members here present here at the debate back. The government promised to introduce a failure to prevent offence on the basis of clauses introduced by the members opposite, by the Right Honourable Member for Swindon and the Honourable Member for Bromley, at the report stage when we considered the bill. And they were detailed amendments to which we had given great thought. They agreed at that point to adopt our proposals on the basis that we would not seek to divide the House on the issue. We kept our side of the bargain, but sadly the government has failed to deliver on its commitment. So Lord Garnier tried valiantly 3 times to hold the government to their word. Every time he put it to the vote, he got a greater majority in favour of what he was proposing. This measure was first championed, as the Minister is well aware, when he was a backbencher. He was the individual on our all-party parliamentary group who argued the case with the greatest passion and commitment. So it is especially sad that the effectiveness of the new offence has been so undermined and weakened by the changes he has chosen or been forced to make by his own colleagues in his department or by Treasury colleagues. I don't agree that he argues often that we're the first country to introduce the failure to prevent offence. I agree with that, but I would simply turn around and say to him, we're also the jurisdiction of choice for dirty money. So surely we have a duty more than any other jurisdiction to lead on reforms, to clamp down on this evil matter. The government's changes have substantially weakened the power of the new offence, and the Minister has to accept that. He has taken out the failure to prevent money laundering. The failure to prevent offence now only covers fraud. He has excluded all medium-sized, small and micro businesses. And that means his carve-out has excluded, Mr Deputy Speaker, 99.9% of all businesses. It's excluded 2/3 of all the people who are employed in private enterprises. It's excluded half of the turnover that flows through private enterprise. And by doing this, I say to the Minister, this is a missed opportunity by his government and represents a failure to act firmly and decisively against the scourge of dirty money. The government's own report, Mr Deputy Speaker, entitled SME Fraud Segmentation, found that medium-sized companies employing between 50 and 250 employees were significantly more likely to experience fraud than larger companies. The Metropolitan Police and Finance UK have warned that SMEs are particularly vulnerable to fraud, and the procedures to prevent companies committing fraud are exactly the same as the procedures that prevent companies experiencing fraud. So why on earth and on what basis the government has chosen to excuse them is I can't understand the logic of it. Also, some of the most worrying actors that we know are engaged in either conniving or facilitating fraud are now out of scope. If we look just at law firms, only 100 out of the 10,400 law firms that exist in Britain today are now likely to be out of scope. And just yesterday, I had a meeting with Lloyds Bank, who described to me a terrible scam around mortgages, around house purchases, where the purchaser has an endless round of emails with the solicitor about all the details in relation to the purchase of a property. And then an email appears changing the bank details to which the purchaser should be paying the deposit. Because the solicitor has not got the systems in place to check on that, the purchaser pays into a fraudulent account, pays fraudulently to that, and loses a massive amount of money and is the deposit on the house. So if the solicitor had had those procedures in place, that fraud might never have occurred. And I repeat to the Minister, I just finish the point and then I will give way. I repeat to the Minister, only 100 out of the 10,400 law firms in Britain will now be in scope if the government's will holds.
I'm very grateful. She makes very important points. Can I just point out that the failure to prevent offence that is drafted here would not cover that situation, but it only covers situations where it benefits the corporation concerned or an officer within it. So that situation where some other third party had hijacked the systems, that wouldn't be covered, whatever the threshold would be.
Well, that's an interesting point that he makes, and I'd simply go back to him and say, well, obviously the drafting of the failure to prevent needs even further amendment and further improvement to ensure that it covers this sort of an instance. There were similar arguments about burden on SMEs when we introduced the Bribery Act in 2010. And in 2015, there was a survey of SMEs, and they found that 9 out of 10 in that survey reported that they had no concerns or problems with the Act. 90% also said it did not affect their ability to export. So whilst there are fears expressed before legislation is introduced, once it's on the statute book, people actually find that it helps them. And so SMEs already have an appropriate defence, as he well knows, in the terms that are in the bill, that they should only take the actions that are reasonable in all circumstances. And that test of reasonableness would protect micro-businesses and SMEs from having to engage in overly bureaucratic procedures. But although the argument is overwhelming, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister doesn't agree. So, our amendment, which I had hoped the government would support and accept, and if they were to do so, we would not put all these amendments to the vote, means that the next government, a Labour government, we all hope, will seize the opportunity that the Minister has missed and grasp the issue. Labour will become the anti-corruption champions, sending our country and saving our country and saving our economy. This bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, did arrive in a sorry state, and we have improved it. I accept that. We've got the identification doctrine, we've introduced clauses on slaps, we've improved accountability with an annual report to Parliament, we've had a reluctant acceptance that there may be an increase in fees for Companies House. But there are still large gaps. Trusts have not been covered and should be do so. Authorised corporate services providers could end up with a future dud register. Cost caps, which other members have alluded to, are not in there. The whistleblower regime has not taken place, and asset seizure has still to be tackled. We hear whispers that there's a third economic crime bill. I'm pleased, though if we'd achieved more with this bill, we might not have needed another one. But actually, after all the work I've done, and all of us have done, to try and achieve a cross-party consensus, I would hope that the values that we all share, I would hope that the Minister was just bold enough to accept our tiny little compromise and put this bill to bed so that we can pass the legislation by the time we prorogue.
Well, the original question was that this House insists on the Commons Amendment 151A and disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 151E and 151F. Since when Amendment A has been proposed as on the notice paper? The question is that that amendment be made. Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in favour of the amendment moved by my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, and that gives me an opportunity to thank her for her extraordinary leadership on this agenda. Our country is safer and stronger for the work that she has helped lead in this House over a very long period of time. Like other honourable and right honourable members, I'm grateful too for the Minister for ensuring that By and large, we have approached this bill in the spirit of compromise. My right honourable friend is absolutely right to say the bill, unfortunately, did arrive in this place in a sorry state. And of course, the best way to really examine that is to look at the fantastic manifesto for the all-party group on tackling corruption and tax fraud, which of course the Minister used to co-chair. And when I look at the manifesto that we launched together in Westminster Abbey not too long ago, we can see that this bill has covered a fair number of the proposals that were made in that bill, but not all of them. And that is why something of a mystery still hangs over the chamber today, Mr Deputy Speaker. The mystery is that we know that the Minister himself probably wanted to go much further in this bill. He's been collegiate enough not to explain to us, either in public or in private, just how his hands were tied and why it was that he has pulled his punches on so many of the policy proposals, including the policy proposals that we're debating here this afternoon. I just want to underline the arguments for why the failure to prevent clauses are so important and why the responsibility around failing to prevent fraud and money laundering should lie on all companies and not just 9% of UK PLC. We know, as my right honourable friend said, that we have become unfortunate in this country, that we are now one of the 2 global centres for money laundering and fraud. That is a badge of shame. We have think tanks in places like Washington that now write reports about what they call the UK kleptocracy problem. And that is because we have allowed our financial services, we have allowed our company's house, frankly, to we have left them too weak to police what is a growing problem. Just to underline how fast the risk is growing to our country, I asked the House of Commons Library to look at the amount of foreign direct investment that was coming into our country. And the reality is that foreign direct investment coming into Britain through companies that are set up at a moment's notice, coming into our country from UK offshore accounts or from countries that are dictatorships or from countries which are only partially free, that money has grown 5-fold since 2010. It is now £250 billion of foreign direct investment that has come into Britain from UK offshore accounts, from dictatorships and from countries which are only partially free. Now, overwhelmingly, I am sure that money is clean and good. But we all know in this House that some of it isn't. And we have a responsibility in this place to make sure that our regime for policing corrupt money is as strong as it possibly can be. And this bill, while it makes progress, still leaves weaknesses in the argument. Now, the Minister has rested his arguments more recently on whether we are creating undue, overburdensome costs for business. Like the Minister, I was in business before I was in the wrong place at the wrong time and was elected to this place back in 2004. I know what it's like to grow a business from 2 people round a table to a multi-million-pound enterprise that employs lots of people. So I know about the responsibilities on company directors. But we grant special privileges to company directors in this country, and we grant special privileges to companies. That was a regime that came in 1855, and when Viscount Palmerston moved that legislation through this House, he said that the Limited Liability Act was important because it would act for the common good of the country. Yet if we have a regime that does not ensure that directors have responsibilities that match those privileges, then frankly that common good is undermined. Now, as my right honourable friend said, we already have a regime in this country that means that there are some responsibilities that are important that bite on directors. The failure to prevent bribery, the failure to prevent tax evasion. There are already regulatory requirements on directors which are important and which we as a House have judged to be essential in order to keep our economy clean. Asking those directors to take one more responsibility, which is to prevent fraud, I do not think is a significant extra burden.
Well, my honourable friend,
of course.
does he not agree with me further, really, that if we are to have a successful financial services sector, we will never get it on the back of dirty money, and therefore it is ever more important that in relation to both fraud and actually money laundering, we need a failure to prevent offence, which is not about banging people up in prison, but is about actually changing the behaviour of companies and those who work in them.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and this is a point of cross-party consensus, and I know it is a point of cross-party consensus because, of course, it was the Minister who used to use precisely the same argument in order to argue for some of the changes that we see in this bill. We all know that our country does well because we have a reputation, by and large, for clean trade around the world. And when companies file and incorporate in this country, that is a credential which they are allowed, which does them well around the world. That is a credential which we must do everything in this House to protect. And that is why this bill, this amendment that my right honourable friend is proposing, is so important. We cannot leave a weakness in our armour as crime and fraud multiplies. Now, the Minister, as I said that this is a cost to British business that we cannot withstand, we cannot sustain. But the truth is that while this may be a cost to some British businesses, it is a saving to British business. It is a saving to the British economy. It is a saving to British taxpayers because it is always cheaper, it is always more effective to prevent fraud in the first place rather than to have to police fraud or indeed to prosecute fraud after the event. And when we have a situation where 64% of businesses and small businesses in this country are victims of fraud, we can only imagine how widespread that cost of fraud has now become. That average is much higher than international averages, and therefore there is an additional argument there that we need to go that one step further at making sure that we are doing everything within our power to prevent fraud arising in the first place. So all we asked for in this amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, was for nothing more than the Minister to face the facts. Bring the facts together, put them in a report, assess them, analyse them, present some conclusions to the House. How can we have a situation where a Minister is coming to us and asking essentially for the freedom to look away? That simply cannot be the basis of good policy. And so I am very grateful to my new colleagues on the House of Commons Business and Trade Select Committee who have agreed yesterday that we will ask Companies House to come before us for hearings. And frankly, if the Minister is not prepared to put the facts around fraud in one place, then I shall ask the Select Committee to do the job for him.
Leave the House. Does the Minister wish to respond?
With the leave of the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank members who have contributed to this debate, and we have much in common, despite the fact we have some small differences at the end of this debate. As I said earlier, I think the government has come a long way since the original tabling of this legislation, and now the pages have increased by over 100, so nearly 400 pages in terms of the content, and so very important parts of this legislation, of course, that we are debating. So I don't agree with the Shadow Minister when she said that the government's not been willing to compromise, not at all. And I say the failure to prevent offence, particularly in the identification doctrine, are key measures, and I say world-leading measures. I made a commitment in my opening remarks, I made that commitment again, that we will keep this under review, of course. I will, the threshold under review particularly. Of course, even if there was a review on the statute, there was no requirement for the government to make changes following that review. So I think the goodwill that we have experienced during the passage of this bill, I think is important to maintain that. Yes.
We've still got a few minutes. Perhaps he can tell me what he means, but I will keep this matter under review. What precisely does that mean?
Of course, the way we've legislated here and the reason we've legislated in the way we have has always been informed by information that's come from third parties, from Spotlight on Corruption, from Transparency International and others who have been very interested in this bill, and her and I have worked together in the past through various different all-party groups has been referenced. Those are the kind of bodies, I think, that will inform progress as we implement this legislation, which again, I say, is world-leading. In terms of the Shadow Minister talks about a level playing field, this moves away from a level playing field. I couldn't disagree more. We do not have a level playing field now. That's the key to this. Small companies, it's much easier to identify who is responsible for a fraud in an organisation. That's why in large companies it's more difficult, and that's why we're restricting this to large companies. Fraud is fraud, whichever size of company it's in. This does not allow smaller companies or medium-sized companies to facilitate fraud. If they're guilty of fraud, they're guilty of fraud. It's far easier to identify the people concerned. If I can speak to the comments by my right honourable friend, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, and thank him for all the work he's done on this in this legislation and in his work on the Justice Select Committee, of course. I can assure him that don't doubt my motives. I have not been influenced by Treasury at all. I'm influenced by doing the right thing, by both in terms of tackling economic crime, but also making sure we do not put undue burdens on businesses. So I can assure him, whenever I'm in this particular role, we will keep this under review and make sure the threshold is fit for purpose. But I do think he talks about it being good business. It's good business to make sure that we don't put undue burdens on business. And I can promise him my experience in the boardroom, and whilst I was chief executive of my company, we implemented the rules on bribery and tax evasion, which were significant in our business. And these would be significant measures for businesses. So I do think, I say to him and to my right honourable friend, the member for Swindon South, these are real impacts on businesses that would have significant costs of implementation. I do not think they are proportionate and needed within that size of enterprise because of the ease of identifying the people responsible if fraud was facilitated in an organisation. So, but I very much appreciate his kind words and also the work he's done. I remember lobbying him on this particular issue when he was Justice Secretary, of course, and a fine job he did. So we've got much further, of course, than we had done at that time, and I think that's the way we've worked collegiately all the way through. I say to the honourable member, the member for Glasgow Central, also has done fantastic work in this area and appreciates all her efforts in this. But as she says, we're not agreeing. We've got a right to disagree when we disagree, and we honestly disagree that this is required. We don't want to put unnecessary burdens on businesses. Honourable friend, the member for Barking, I understand completely her strength of feeling in this particular matter. I feel strongly as well. I feel strongly in implementing the right measures to tackle economic crime whilst not putting undue burdens on businesses. So I say to her again, in that spirit of goodwill that we have operated on for many years, we will keep this under review. If the threshold needs changing, we can do that under secondary legislation. Finally, if I can just say to the honourable member, the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill, congratulate him on his election to the Select Committee. He'll do a fine job. I know that. He's right to say in that manifesto we launched just over the road here, we have achieved much, and we've achieved much in that spirit of goodwill. I absolutely think that, again, I hope he doesn't doubt my motives in terms of what we're doing here, and this is, again, my motive to make sure we tackle economic crime without putting undue burdens on business, and therefore I urge everyone to support these measures in terms of the measures we have in place already, and ask the other place to respect the clear will of this House.
Under the order of the House of the 4th of September, I must now put the questions necessary to dispose of the proceedings on consideration of the Lord's message. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
Division. Clear the lobbies. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Gerald Jones and Tonya Anatotsi, and tell us for the noes, Joy Morrissey and Scott Mann.
The ayes to the right, 208. The noes to the left, 274.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 208. The noes to the left were 274. So the noes have it. Unlock. Order. Order. Before we proceed to the next division, it has been drawn to my attention that the election for the Defence Select Committee chairman in the I lobby was due to be open until 2 o'clock. That, of course, was interrupted by the division. I understand that there are 1 or 2 tardy members who have yet to vote. I could, but I won't. So, following the end of all the divisions, and time having been allowed for the necessary facilities to be reinstated, the ballot will then be open again for the time lost, which is a further 11 minutes. You have been... The question is that this House insists on... Order. Order. The question is that this House insists on Commons Amendment 151A and disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 151E and 151F. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No! Division. Clear the lobbies. The question is that this House insists on Commons Amendment 151A and disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 151E and 151F. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Scott Mann. Tellers for the noes, Tonya Antoniazzi and Gerald Jones.
The ayes to the right, 280. The noes to the left, 207.
The ayes to the right were 280. The noes to the left were 207, so the ayes have it. Unlock. Order. There is no end to the variety and excitement that this House can offer. I'm advised that the order paper, which as we all know is gospel, says that the ballot should close not at 2 o'clock but at 2:30. So at least two members, and I know them both, will have the opportunity to have another 41 minutes to vote after the next ballot. Actually, it's going to be 45 because I'm told that the facilities had to be cleared away and will no doubt have to be reinstated. I would suggest that honourable members who haven't voted do it fairly quick. The question is that this House insists on its Amendment 161A in lieu and disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 161D in lieu. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No! Division. No! They are the lobbies. That this House insists on its Amendment 161A in lieu and disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 161D in lieu. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Scott Mann. Tellers for the noes, Tonya Antoniazzi and Gerald Jones. Order.
The ayes to the right, 280. The noes to the left, 208.
The ayes to the right were 280. The noes to the left were 208. So the ayes have it. Unlock. That concludes proceedings on the Lord's message relating to the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Bill. Point of order, Dr. Liam Fox.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you know, this House will later be voting on the issue of the Honourable Member for Wellingborough and the IEP report. We do not have a chance, of course, to debate the issue, the content, or the pros and cons of the report, but merely to vote upon it. And it's in that context I wish to raise with you a report on the BBC this morning. Peter Bone, abuse by MP left me broken, former aide says, which contains a very extensive one-sided attack on the member for Wellingborough. Now, this is not in any way to judge the rights or wrongs of this, but merely the principles of natural justice first, from an anonymous briefing against a named Member of Parliament on a day that the BBC accepted MPs would be voting upon it. And what I would like to know from you is whether this is an undue attempt to influence Members of Parliament on the day of a vote which should be our business in this House, and indeed whether it's an attempt to manipulate Members of Parliament. This doesn't just relate to this case, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this relates to any case that we may have to consider in the future. And I would like to ask you to ask Mr. Speaker, who has always defended the rights of this House, whether he will take legal advice on whether this particular report today constitutes a contempt for the House.
The Right Honourable Gentleman will be aware that I am not in a position to answer the specific question that he raises. But I do know that the Director General of the British Broadcasting Corporation will be in this building later today, and if Mr. Speaker chooses to ask to see him, I imagine he will make himself available. I also know that Mr. Speaker takes this very seriously indeed, and that legal advice is being sought. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that have been in, say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Non-domestic rating bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now.
I must draw the House's attention to the fact that financial privilege is engaged in Lord's Amendment 1. If Lord's Amendment 1 is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered into the journal. We begin with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to take Lord Amendments 2 and 3. Minister to move Lord's Amendment 1, Lee Rowley.
Thank you, Roger. And it's a pleasure to return this bill to this place after its positive reception, both here initially and then in the other place more recently. Reforming business rates was a manifesto commitment, and having concluded our review of rates, this bill seeks to deliver a fairer and more effective business rate system. The amendments that the government invites the House to support today are minor, and they do not change the policy intentions of the bill, which we have debated before here. 2 deal with the penalties regime for the new duty on ratepayers in Clause 13. These amendments are designed to ensure the penalty system is fairer. And the 3rd is a minor and technical amendment which removes some obsolete wording as a result of another part of the bill. As such, I will deal with each of these briefly. Turning first to Lord's Amendment 1. This amendment concerns the civil penalties which the Valuation Office Agency can apply if ratepayers do not provide information under the duty. These include an additional daily penalty of £60, which may only be applied if a ratepayer persistently fails to meet their obligations following an initial penalty notice. The government has listened to the views of the experts in the other place and agreed to create an additional safeguard for ratepayers by capping the financial value of penalties which can be imposed under this provision. Daily penalties will be capped at £1,800, equivalent to the 30 days of penalties. This change will also bring the valuation duty in line with the separate duty to provide HMRC with a taxpayer reference number where a cap on penalties is already in place. Turning now to Lord's Amendment 2, this concerns the penalty for the criminal offence of knowingly or recklessly making a false statement. This offence is subject to higher penalties than simply failing to comply. The bill prescribes that for a higher penalty to be applied, the VOA must be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the ratepayer has made the false statement knowingly or recklessly. Having reflected, we have now recognised that we need to apply the same burden of proof to the procedure on appeal. The amendment therefore provides that the Valuation Tribunal must remit a penalty unless it is satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the ratepayer has knowingly or recklessly made a false statement. This provides additional protection to ratepayers. Finally, Lord's Amendment 3 is a minor and technical change to the 1988 Local Government Finance Act as a consequential effect of the provisions in this bill, which are concerning business rates multipliers. This is simply a drafting correction to improve the clarity of the statute book, and the government does not foresee any practical effect. To conclude, Sir Roger, the government invites the House to agree to the 3 minor amendments which were unanimously supported in the other place. Lord's Amendment 1 and 2 refine and improve the compliance framework for the new information duty, and Lord's Amendment 3 is a minor consequential change to improve the clarity of the statute book. I beg to move.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Opposition front bench. James Murray.
Thank you very much, Sir Roger, and I'm pleased to respond on behalf of the opposition in relation of these 3 Lords' amendments. As we know, Sir Roger, Clause 13 of the bill before us introduces new duties on ratepayers to provide information to the Valuation Office Agency in order to support digitisation and a shorter revaluation cycle. It also introduces penalties to promote compliance, and it establishes an associated appeal system. Now, we know that through this bill, ratepayers will initially face a penalty for failing to comply with the new duties the bill introduces. If, having received this initial penalty, the ratepayer continues not to comply for a further 30 days, they are liable for an additional penalty of £60 per day. As we've heard from the Minister, Amendment 1 caps the total arising charge from this additional penalty at £1,800, equivalent to 30 days' worth of daily fines. As my honourable friend, the member for Luton South, said at this bill's second reading, we are aware of the concerns relating to the new duty and the associated penalties from those representing shops, and small shops in particular. Although I doubt that all of the concerns of those representative organisations and their members will have been addressed by the government, we realise that this limit on the level of the penalty may help to protect ratepayers from much larger charges, while still supporting the Valuation Office Agency's move toward frequent revaluations, which we support. On that basis, we will not be opposing its inclusion in the bill. Through Clause 13, as we heard, this bill also introduces a new criminal penalty, whereby if a person makes a false statement while purporting to comply with the new duty, it introduces the new criminal penalty applies. The bill sets out that the Valuation Office Agency will decide whether an offence has been committed, and their decision may be appealed to the Valuation Tribunal for England. Now, as we've heard, as originally drafted, the bill permits the tribunal to remit such a penalty when they are satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the person had knowingly or recklessly made a false statement. Amendment 2 would instead require, rather than merely permitting, the tribunal to remit the penalty in such circumstances. We believe this amendment is sensible, and so we will not be opposing its inclusion in the bill. Finally, Amendment 3 makes a technical change to the Local Government Finance Act 1998, omitting Section 142B of that Act. Now, that section of the 1998 Act refers to ministers making separate estimates of rateable value for England and Wales, and it has become obsolete as a result of Clause 15 of the current bill, which makes separate provision about the calculation of multipliers for England. As this is essentially a drafting amendment, we will not be opposing it either. Sir Roger, I am tempted to talk at much greater length about Labour's plans to scrap the current system of business rates, replacing it with a system of business property tax that rebalances the burden of business property taxation away from the high street and retail firms towards online tech giants. However, I realise that may be out of scope and that time is tight, so I will simply confirm our intention not to oppose any of these 3 amendments.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill, unlike the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, on which we considered a further round of Lord's amendments yesterday, has progressed through Parliament quickly. Second reading in this place took place on 22nd April, and the bill will complete its passage today or tomorrow. It was a Conservative 2019 manifesto commitment to carry out a fundamental review of the business rate system. This bill is the start of that process, but it does not mark its completion, and on its own it cannot be described as fundamental. The amendments before us today are straightforward. Lord's Amendment 3 is a drafting correction to omit a requirement relating to Wales, which is now obsolete. Lord's Amendments 1 and 2 relate to the new duty to notify. They cap the level of and increase the burden of proof required for penalties that would be applied for not complying with the obligation to give required information to the Valuation Office agency. They are to be welcomed, but as highlighted at the report stage, this burden should have been much reduced, and there should be reciprocal penalties on the VOA. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as mentioned, this bill must mark the beginning of the reform of business rates and not the completion of the task. Business rates remain a heavy and uncertain burden on many businesses. They act as a brake on growth, they disincentivise capital investment, and they are a barrier to levelling up. Reform must be more radical and must be carried out much quicker. I urge the government to strive towards achieving the following goals. Firstly, the uniform business rate multiplier must be reduced to an affordable level. The UBR currently sits at 51p in the pound. At such a high level, it deters investment and ultimately reduces the tax base. It should be reduced to the order of 34p, the level at which it was first introduced in 1990. Lowering the UBR would have the long-term effect of expanding the tax base. A failure to do this will ultimately see the government increasing the UBR on an ever-shrinking tax base, and in doing so, threatens a vital source of local government revenue. Secondly, as important as they are to so many businesses, we do need to ultimately remove the myriad of sticking plaster reliefs that are invariably lobbied for and announced at every spring budget and autumn statement. They are an implicit admission that the UBR is too high. The government has been forced to offer many of these reliefs, as many businesses are unable to pay a UBR at 51p. By removing these reliefs and reducing the UBR, the government would simplify the system and would reduce the administrative burden on both ratepayers and the VOA. Instead of the annual cliff edges, as businesses lobby for and then nervously wait for a relief to be extended, such a reform would introduce an element of long-term certainty which would encourage investment. Finally, whilst the government has taken a welcome step in the right direction by moving to 3 yearly revaluations, it must keep going towards the ultimate goal of annual valuations. Shorter valuations are necessary to ensure that business rates respond to the dynamic and increasingly volatile movements of the market. It is vital that rateable values are assessed as frequently as possible so as to ensure that ratepayers are paying a fair amount. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my final point is to express regret at the curtailment in the definition of a material change of circumstances. This is a provision that gives ratepayers recourse to pursue a relief on their business rates bills when circumstances outside of their control hinder their ability to run their businesses. Despite the government's protestations, the bill effectively disapplies many common situations of material change that up to now have been acknowledged as such and are even described in the VOA's own guidance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this is the start of the reform of business rates, but it is not the finish. There is some way to go before we reach that Magnus Magnusson moment. I thank my honourable friend the Minister for listening to my concerns during the passage of this bill. I'm grateful to him for meeting me last month to discuss the situation. I've subsequently written to my honourable friend, the Financial Secretary of the Treasury, setting out some ideas as to how this reform process can be continued, and I would be grateful if he and her will commit to completing the task of fundamental review of business rates, which is so vital for businesses large and small all around the UK. Thank you, Sir Roger.
Does the Minister wish to respond?
Thank you, Sir Roger. I will not seek to detain the House any more than a few seconds, other than to express my gratitude to the opposition front bench for their constructive comments today and their willingness to support the amendments, and also for resisting temptation and to going over again some of the things which we talked about in previous iterations of this bill, and also to thank my honourable friend from Waveney, who has been here since the beginning. He has done the House a significant service in terms of both reviewing this bill and offering his comments both here and during the passage, and as he indicates, this is a significant change and one which I think everybody accepts is a big leap forward, particularly with regards to the revaluation frequencies between 5 and 3 years. And whilst we are on the subject of late 1990s game shows, whilst in his view we have not yet finished this, which I would accept, we have never finished, we are grateful for his mastermind qualities in looking at this bill over the last few months.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I shall put together the questions necessary to agree to Lords' Amendments 2 and 3. Minister to move to agree Lords' Amendments 2 and 3 formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendments 2 and 3. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Programme motion. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matters Bill Programme number 2 motion as on the order paper. Minister? Move formally.
To move formally. Beg to move formally.
The question is the programme motion as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matters Bill, not amended in Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
Now.
We begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other new clauses and amendments as listed on the order paper. Anam Kazar to move new clause 1.
Chris Stevens.
I beg your pardon. I was misinformed. Chris Stevens.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll forgive you for that after your excellent address to the APPG on Cyprus last night, which was an excellent event. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to move the amendments in my name, the name of my honourable friend for Airdrie Shotts, and can I indicate now that I'll be looking for the House to make a decision on Amendment 28, for which I will confine most of my remarks. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many in this House who are deeply disappointed at what the Government is doing in proceeding with this bill. As the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abington said on Monday, now is not the time. Now let me say at the outset, we all condemn the killing of innocent civilians. We do condemn Hamas and their acts of terror on the 7th of October, and Hamas must release all hostages. We must equally recognise that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and it is legitimate to question the actions of the Israeli government, and it's perfectly legitimate to call for a ceasefire to address that crisis and let humanitarian aid flow to save the lives of innocent Palestinian people. There are vastly more people around these islands who are perplexed at the government playing party political games at a time when the Middle East is in crisis and the rest of the world fears the start of an even broader conflict. This is not the time to seek electoral advantage through tripping up political opponents during semantic exchanges or exploiting small differences in language to pretend there's a vast gulf between their positions, or selling to the electorate as one party good and all other parties bad. I'll give way that point.
I'm grateful to him for giving way and commend him for the way that he is making the comments that he is. Would he agree that it's actually positively dangerous to do what this government is doing when we see the rise of
anti-Semitism, when we see the rise of Islamophobia, huge amounts that they're rising. Just now, our communities need us in Parliament to be showing a lead, to be united on this, and to be doing something that is so divisive, is so deliberately provocative and deeply, deeply damaging to the unity of our communities.
Intervention, and I hope that those on the government side listen to that, because I do believe that that's a very real fear that many of us have, that this is not the occasion in which to push forward this legislation. Polarisation is a game that's long been played by the government, but this is not a game. This is real life, or the loss of it, and such cynicism has no place in it. In Israel and Palestine, we have two peoples who feel that they are under existential threat from the other. Almost everyone understands that, and we've all been trying to find solutions which will bring peace to that region. Ring-fencing the interests of one group by diminishing the rights of the other can never yield a long-term solution to the entrenched problems in the Middle East. It simply exacerbates the tension between the two, and the very real fear that the Honourable Member has just expressed is that it forces people into one camp or the other, it feeds hatred, and it actually fuels the evil that is anti-Semitism. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not too late to withdraw this bill. If the Government are determined to proceed with it, then I hope the Government listen to the advice from both sides of the House, and particularly Government backbenchers, and amends the sections which would otherwise further inflame the divisions which they claim they're trying to heal. As with most conflicts, verbal and military, there tends to be collateral damage which has either not been fully anticipated or where the perpetrator simply doesn't care about the consequences. And it's an assumed aim of defending the rights of Israel, the Government is attacking the rights of many sectors of our own society, ranging from the legislative and judicial rights of the devolved parliaments, through the democratic rights of elected local authorities, and cutting a swathe through the individual human rights of all people across these islands. In its long title, the bill is described as a bill to make provision to prevent public bodies from being influenced by political or moral disapproval of foreign states when taking certain economic decisions. It would appear that public bodies are not fit to make political or moral judgments, and as we will see later, individuals are not fit to make such judgments either. As I said in an earlier debate, the electorate will not miss the irony of a Tory government projecting itself as the sole moral arbiter for the whole of these islands. The pretext for introducing this legislation was an assumed need to respond robustly to the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions Movement, or BDS, who advocate a complete boycott of Israel and Israeli people, and who suggest that the State of Israel does not even have the right to exist. They ignore the fact that, in line with other governments in Europe and the EU itself, the Scottish Government and the SNP unequivocally condemn and distance themselves from members or affiliates within the BDS movement. And rather than wish the State of Israel to cease to exist, most democratic countries are strong supporters of a two-state solution, with the International Trade Minister reasserting that position to the House earlier this year, and President Biden reaffirming support only last week. We as a House are generally united in supporting a two-state solution, and to imply otherwise is a red herring and a dangerous distraction to mature debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, over 40 Israeli NGOs have called for this bill to be rejected, as have the Union of Jewish Students and Yeshad, with the latter saying we are unequivocally about the need to protect the right to express differences of opinion, even if they are opinions that we fiercely disagree with. Let us listen to them, and on the broader issue of human rights at home, let's listen to some other organisations. Amnesty International asserts that the bill would make it almost impossible for public bodies to use their procurement and investment policies to incentivise ethical business conduct that is human rights compliant. But we knew that already. Amnesty then go on to say companies depending on public contracts will feel more confident that their global impacts on human rights and the environment will be irrelevant to their success in tendering processes. Well, I see this as a clear incitement to such companies to lessen their commitments to human rights and the environment, as they will no longer need them to gain public contracts. Companies that respect human rights face being undercut by those knowingly breach international standards with little fear of consequences. What a horrible race to the bottom, Mr Deputy Speaker. But there's a niggling problem here for the Government regarding human rights. There's a global consensus on the human rights standards applicable to companies. The United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights were unanimously endorsed by the UN Human Rights Council, the European Union, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the International Standards Organisation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK was the first country to develop a national action plan to implement these guiding principles, and now we appear to be the first country to renege on these commitments. The UK is in danger of being a rogue state in this field, going against the tide of international opinion, which considers that public bodies should use procurement and investment policies to incentivise business to be ethical and human rights compliant. And it's in the public interest, I would argue, that this is so. Consider an example from Amnesty where an NHS body might choose to avoid sourcing medical equipment from certain suppliers, say Malaysia, Thailand, Pakistan or Mexico, saying that they've been implicated in modern slavery. Those overseas supply companies could take legal action under this new Act on grounds that decision makers were influenced by political or moral disapproval of foreign state conduct. And the courts would then have to determine whether the exemption in the bill for labour-related misconduct applied in that particular case. Imagine also if a public body in Scotland decided to stop sourcing beef from a Brazilian meat distribution company whose products have been linked to deforestation of the Amazon. If the proposed law, for example, had been in place during the previous Brazil presidency, at a time when exploitation of the Amazon was being actively encouraged, the Brazilian government or the company whose products were being excluded could have challenged the decision in the High Court on the grounds that it was influenced by political or moral disapproval of foreign state conduct. Since it's unclear if the environmental misconduct exemption referred to in Part 2 of the Bill's schedule would prevail, the risk attached would likely have deterred any public body from taking such a decision on environmental grounds. They would have been compelled to be complicit in deforestation. Liberty and other groups, Mr Deputy Speaker, have pointed out that the bill gives the Enforcement Authority the power to issue a notice to a public authority requesting to assess whether there has or may be a breach of the ban or the prohibition on making statements. And the bill gives the Enforcement Authority the power to impose a compliance notice where they consider a person is likely to contravene the ban. Not has contravened, but is likely to contravene. Now, we're in the realms of Orwell's Thought Police or Philip K. Dick's Minority Report, with precogs catching criminals before they've even committed the crime. The normal police come for you when you commit an act which is criminal, but it's the thought police who are different. They act if you intend to act in some particular way. Under the bill, the authorities don't need to demonstrate any proof of intent to publish a particular kind of statement. That's impossible to do in the normal world. So let's just rely on telepathy for finding out someone's intent. Clause 4 of this bill would prohibit public bodies and their leaders, such as university vice-chancellors, local council leaders, or even the chief executive of a private company delivering public services, from publishing public statements indicating that they intend to act in a way that would contravene the ban, or that they would, in theory, intend to act that way if not for the ban. A local council would no longer publish statements such as the following: our local council would have boycotted these goods from the state-owned enterprise due to the state's conduct in relation to this territory, but the law does not permit this, and we intend to comply with the law. In words which I never expected to say as someone who subscribes to socialist theory, Mr Deputy Speaker, I say we must remove Clause 4. And I look forward to, and I noticed that there was an amendment on that on the order paper. Liberty have pointed out, just one occasion there, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to make that clear. Liberty have pointed out, in other jurisdictions, anti-boycott laws have had a severe impact on the freedom of expression. In one case in the US, a speech pathologist in Texas lost her school contract because she declined to sign an agreement promising not to boycott Israel on the basis of a similar anti-boycott law. In another, a dermatologist was withheld payment for a lecture for failing to agree to not boycott Israel. US campaigners have further warned that anti-boycott legislation, once enacted, is liable to be extended to a plethora of issues, from fossil fuels to gun control. I fear we're looking at another damaging cultural import from the United States of America. Following the earlier Scottish example, let us look more broadly at the consequences of this bill to Scotland and the other UK-devolved governments. COP26 was held in Glasgow. We know that what happened there, that there's now watering down to the government's climate commitments. but Scotland remains committed to combating climate change. In fact, the governments of Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales are all attempting to use the leverage of public procurement to incentivise companies to behave sustainably with regards to human rights, fairness, labour rights and the environment. Those policies will clearly be undermined by this bill, despite investment and procurement being devolved functions to all three of those parliaments. I'll give way to one more.
I'm grateful to him. Does he agree that this government, which claims to be very much in favour of devolution, I've heard the right honourable gentleman on the front bench several times saying that the Conservatives are in favour of devolution, should they not be required to seek consent from the government in Scotland, Wales and in Northern Ireland before they proceed?
The honourable friend is correct. They should receive. I suspect they will not receive it from either the Scottish Parliament or indeed the Welsh Senate for many, many reasons, but there is clearly an impact, as my honourable friend said, to devolution. Devolution was approved overwhelmingly by the people of Scotland, and any erosion of it, and I strongly opposed to it, but devolution was approved overwhelmingly by the people of Scotland, and any erosion of it is strongly opposed by most, but not all, parties in that Parliament. I'll let you guess which party is the least protective of Scotland's interests. The legislative powers which Scotland currently has are guarded jealously, and there is a strong demand for many, possibly all, of reserve powers to be transferred to Scottish control. This is not surprising, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I and others will continue to explore the deficiencies of this bill again today, pointing out its many contradictions, but I'll give way first to the Honourable.
I thank the member for giving way and compliment him on his excellent speech. He's given very good reasons, democratic, social and moral reasons why this bill is in deep defect. Does he not think a better process for going forward would be for the Secretary of State to now withdraw the bill altogether?
Well, I think that would be very helpful indeed, and he is right. What we're all trying to do, those of us who've tabled amendments, is we're trying to clean up a dog's breakfast. It's very difficult to do so, and frankly, we're all trying to make this bill a little bit better, but the ultimate solution would be, as my good friend would say, is to withdraw the bill entirely. Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst we point out the contradictions, the counterproductive nature and its profound consequences, I will be seeking to divide the House on Amendment 28, and I look forward to hearing other members pursuing their amendments. Thank you.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. Teresa Villiers.
Speaker, I would like to speak against all the amendments and new clauses tabled today and in support of the bill as it is drafted. Mr Deputy Speaker, we need this bill, and I thank the Government for including it in the Conservative manifesto and for taking it forward, and I urge the whole House to back the bill and reject the amendments. This is a time, of all times, this is a time to stand with the Jewish community, following what was the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. BDS has been identified in a succession of studies as driving a rise in anti-Semitism. By singling out the world's only Jewish state for criticism above and beyond that directed at any other countries in similar circumstances, I believe that BDS campaigns fall within the international IRA definition of anti-Semitism. The French Supreme Court has ruled that BDS is discriminatory, and the German Parliament views the movement as anti-Semitic. Since the shocking Hamas terror attacks, we've also witnessed deeply disturbing scenes on our TV screens and in our streets. That includes so-called celebrations, sickening celebrations of horrific murders in southern Israel. And of course it has also included anti-Jewish racism and hatred visible in successive protests on the streets of our capital city. At a time like this, when Jewish people are in fear for their friends and relatives in Israel, it's appalling to compound their anxiety and distress with hate-filled banners and chants at such protests. And I find it deeply depressing that jihad, jihad has been shouted with impunity on the streets of our city, and ISIS flags have been on blatant display. The dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidents is wholly unacceptable. It shows us that we need campaigns to bring communities together, not drive them apart. And there can be no doubt that BDS is absolutely focused on division, not on unity. The BDS movement deplores coexistence and peace-building initiatives, for example, condemning cooperation between Israeli and Palestinian universities. The BDS movement's founder, Omar Barghouti, has repeatedly expressed his opposition to Israel's right to exist. Right now, in the voting lobbies this evening, we are in a situation where the question to be asked of all of us is, which side are you on? And I want to make clear that I strongly support the right of Israel to defend its land and defend its citizens from terrorist attack. Of course, we all worry about the plight of innocent Gazans put in harm's way by Hamas, who brutalises them and deliberately uses them as human shields. Of course we need to get supplies to civilians, so long as there's confidence they can't be diverted and misused by terrorists. And we must always remember that it's Hamas who have endangered the people of Gaza. Hamas are the people who have caused the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I'm in no doubt that the IDF are making and will continue to make the greatest efforts possible to prevent civilian loss of life. Israel is one of the most democratic countries in the world, and it respects the rule of law. And I'm certain that its democratic and legal institutions will hold its armed forces rigorously to account. Those lining up on the Labour benches who casually and wrongly accuse Israel of war crimes should check their facts and not rush to judgment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need our local authorities to concentrate on delivering services, not conducting their own trade and foreign policy. We need campaigns which promote peaceful progress towards a two-state solution, not bitterness and exclusion. We need to take all possible action against the anti-Semitism, which we have seen increase so shockingly in recent days. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need this bill.
Have you finished? I beg your pardon. Opposition front bench, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let me start by saying this after following the Honourable Member for Chipping Barnet. When things are so delicate, we all have a responsibility to take additional care in the language we use and to operate on the basis of facts alone. Those were the words of the Prime Minister in his statement to this House on Monday. He continued by saying that now is not the time for hyperbole and simplistic solutions. He was absolutely right, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the importance of tone in today's debate, as when we discuss the 7th of October attack and events in the Middle East. What we say in this chamber and how we behave really matters, because it echoes out across the country. And it goes without saying that the disgusting rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia since the attack on the 7th of October only makes that point more profound. Mr Deputy Speaker, I fear that the powerful statement made by the Prime Minister earlier this week at the dispatch box has been undermined by the way he and his ministers have brought this bill before us today. At the last minute, with least possible notice, the tension and disagreement surrounding the issues are well known to the Secretary of State. Yet in the middle of a humanitarian emergency in the Middle East, he has chosen this week of all weeks to force this legislation onto the parliamentary timetable. A bill that fails the Prime Minister's own test of avoiding simplistic solutions. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, there can be no doubt that Labour is opposed to a policy of adopting boycott, divestment and sanctions against Israel. It wrongly singles out one individual nation and is counterproductive to the prospect of peace. We know this is a serious issue. I'll give way.
Honourable Lady giving way. She says with some force at the dispatch box that Labour are clear that they are opposed to singling out Israel through BDS measures. Yet, where Labour are in government in the UK, in Wales, the Welsh Labour government sought to bring forward a procurement note that singled out Israel and the Palestinian territories. So could the Right Honourable Lady explain what her position was when her colleagues in Wales sought to do that?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Member for his intervention, but what we're trying to do, and what hopefully we can get consensus around this house, I stand by my statement, absolutely stand by it, but what we want to see is not one nation singled out in this boycott. We do not agree with boycott tactics, which is why we're concerned enough to table our amendments to the procurement bill back in February when I shadowed the Cabinet Office. That would prevent councils singling out Israel or any other country. But the government has consistently opposed that amendment. And today we are presented with a bill that will not address the problem it rightly seeks to solve. As it stands, this bill is needlessly broad and sweeping draconian powers and far-reaching effects. It's poorly drafted legislation and risks creating fresh legal disputes and will only serve as new flashpoints for community tension. We remain far from convinced that the protracted legal battles over the BDS would serve or protect Jewish communities in the UK. These are issues that my right honourable friend, the member for Wigan, clearly spelled out at the second reading of this bill, and my colleagues, the member for Nottingham North and Caerphilly, outlined during the committee stage. So today is the fourth time that we have presented the government with a chance to change course and choose a more constructive way forward. Yet the bill has been brought back today nearly totally unamended. The only change is to the explanatory notes. It is all too clear to that the Secretary of State has not listened. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a way forward. It is not, in our view, wrong for public bodies to take ethical investment and procurement decisions. There is a difference between applying consistent ethical principles in the legitimate criticism of foreign governments and what some individuals and organisations have tried to do in recent years, which is to seek to target Israel alone, to hold it to different standards from other countries, to question its right to exist, to equate the actions of the Israeli government to Jewish people, and in doing so, create hate and hostility against Jewish people here in the UK, which is completely wrong. Amendment 13, on which we will seek a vote today, addresses this problem. It would allow public bodies to produce a document setting out their policy on procurement and human rights. The policy would be cemented in a framework based on principles that are applied equally to all countries, rather than singling out individual nations. Such a statement of ethical policy would ensure that consistency in how public bodies decide on these matters, and it would be a subject to guidance issued by elected ministers and laid before this House. Any inconsistent application would be prohibited. Under Labour's proposals, if a public body were to act only against a particular state, for instance, the world's only Jewish state, and fail to comply a consistent approach to human rights everywhere, such actions would be unlawful. We were disappointed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The government chose not to support our amendment at previous stages. But I repeat today to the Minister, our offer to the government, indeed the whole House, to work together and speak with one voice on this most serious of issues by accepting this amendment. Moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are 4 more concerning areas within this bill which I wish to briefly raise with the Secretary of State today. First, on foreign policy. We have serious reservations about how this bill will effectively rewrites UK foreign policy by explicitly equating Israel with the occupied Palestinian territories and the Golan Heights. This is an unprecedented step that, to my knowledge, has never been taken in British statute before and is unique in any British legislation. An essential cornerstone of British policy supported across this House and indeed at the UN is support for a two-state solution as a viable long-term solution to give Israelis and Palestinians the recognition and security that they deserve. Not only does the wording of this bill call into question the long-standing position of the UK in supporting a two-state solution, it runs counter to the UN resolutions. And to add to this, such a move would also go against the very aim of this bill by singling out Israel in such an exceptional manner, failing to treat it like any other country or nation. Second, and related, the Secretary of State claims that the bill is non-country specific and of general application. But the only states and territories named on the face of the bill are Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories and the Golan Heights. Quite apart from singling out Israel, the fact is the bill applies as much to China, Myanmar and North Korea as it does to Israel. This could, for example, have significant effects on the ability of communities to support the Uyghur minorities in China who are victims of grave human rights abuses.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She knows that I myself was a former local authority leader in Trafford, and I am incredibly proud that as the leader of Trafford Council, my Labour administration took steps to cease procurement linked to the Xinjiang region because of the oppression and suppression of Uyghur Muslims. Am I correct to interpret this bill in the way that it seems to suggest that I was incorrect to do that, that my Labour administration were incorrect to do that, and that others up and down the country who speak up for human rights and against this sort of behaviour are in the wrong?
I think you absolutely make a very important point, and that's why across the House we're trying to gain consensus by these amendments, because it's important that people are able to raise concerns, but raise them appropriately in the best way. And I think this bill really doesn't do that. And even the Foreign Secretary's Office warned Number 10 about the impact of this bill on our foreign commitments. For this reason, we welcome Amendment 7 in the name of the Right Honourable Member for North West Hampshire, that I also note has the support across the House from the Liberal Democrat and SNP benches too, and which we think would go some way to addressing the problem. Thirdly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to re-emphasise the concerns raised by members from all major parties about Clause 4 of this bill, the so-called gagging clause. While I acknowledge the changes made to the explanatory notes in this area, this unprecedented restriction could have far-reaching consequences for our democracy, and I urge the Minister to think again. I and my right honourable friends have tabled Amendment 16, which would address this issue in relation to elected bodies. I think it is a mark of the concern across the House that there are so many other amendments to the clause, including from his own benches and the SNP benches. The seriousness of this clause cannot be underestimated. It is an unprecedented restriction on the ability of public bodies, to many of them directly elected, to express a view on policy, effectively gagging them from even talking about it. In particular, we are concerned that Clause 4 would be incompatible with Article 10 of the ECHR, which protects freedom of expression. Labour's Amendment 14 seeks to remove the most sweeping provisions under the bill, through which the Secretary of State intends to hand himself unprecedented power to change the scope and application of the bill through regulations. Lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important to note that this bill in its current form won't set out what it seeks to achieve. There are loopholes which will allow discriminatory acts to continue unchallenged. Our new Clause 3 presents just one example, and I'm sure there are many more. The new clause requires the government to review the impact of the bill on discrimination and addresses one form of that was raised with me, refusal to provide kosher food. An issue that we on these benches know impacts on many British Jews across this country, causing much distress and suffering. This is the type of concerning practice that should be tackled, but in its current form, the bill won't address it. And so I urge the Secretary of State to take a pause, take a step back, and consider that there may be another way through. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I assure the right honourable gentleman that Labour feels strongly that the BDS practices against Israel offer no meaningful route to peace? either for the people of Palestine or Israel. As my friend from Wigan said in second reading, we on the Labour benches do not claim that all those who support BDS, despite our profound disagreement with them on the issue, are anti-Semitic. But let's be clear. The effect of BDS would be the total economic, social and cultural isolation of the world's only Jewish state. And there are those that use the campaign to whip up hostility towards Jewish people, providing no route to peace and to a two-state solution. I can assure him that Labour will continue to condemn and oppose that in the strongest terms. I do not believe there is genuine disagreement between us on that point. But let me be totally clear, both as Shadow Minister and as the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, that now more than ever, we expect councils to bring all their communities together and represent all of their citizens. It would be utterly wrong to choose one community over another, or worse, pit one against another. I would do that.
Thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and can I just say that I absolutely 100% agree with her that we must be moderate in our tone and therefore the language that we use. But I wonder, does the Right Honourable Lady agree with me that it was therefore very unhelpful for the Scottish Labour leader to use terms accusing Israel of breaching international law when we are discussing such a sensitive subject?
Well, as I said at the start of this debate, I think people have to be responsible. And in fairness, I think I acknowledge that the Prime Minister at the start of this week also outlined that people have to be responsible. And I say that across the whole of the House, and I say that in genuine spirit that I mean it, that we all have to be responsible. I know people feel very strongly at the moment about these issues, and quite rightly so. And I hope that the member sees from my contribution in this debate, I'm taking that very seriously as well. We rightly expect that our local government surely stays by those principles I mentioned, but we must also make sure that our national government does too. That's real leadership of our communities and of our whole country. Instead, Mr Deputy Speaker, I fear we have a government that's unwilling to recognise what is needed from them at this moment on this bill. The need for careful, precise deliberation. The need to bring communities with us and bring the country with us too. I am disappointed that the Secretary of State has taken the reckless path of forcing this bill back to Parliament today, a bill that fails on its own terms. I think his approach risks dividing our country, dividing our communities, and even dividing his own party. So I urge him now not to divide this House by accepting the amendments proposed by members on this side and on his own. For our part, Labour stands ready, as we have done at every single stage of this bill, to work constructively with the government and other parties to build consensus behind a workable, sensible solution. There is no doubt the people of our country want us to speak with one voice. Labour stands ready and willing to work in good faith to achieve that goal. The question is the government?
George Eustace. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all say, I think the Prime Minister was absolutely right earlier this week to say that it's incredibly important, the tone that we address, given the gravity of events that we're seeing in the Middle East at the moment. And every single member of this House is obviously absolutely horrified by the tragedy we see unfolding, and absolutely horrified by the barbaric atrocities committed by Hamas. And also, in my case, I absolutely support the right of Israel to self-defence. But it's possible, Mr Deputy Speaker, to believe all of these things, to be a friend of Israel too, but nevertheless to be reluctant to pass bad legislation through this House, unamended when we have the opportunity to do so at report stage. And it's possible too to believe strongly that freedom of contract and freedom of speech are important pillars in our liberal democracy, and that while we might sometimes fetter those key pillars of freedom and our liberal democracy, we shouldn't do so lightly. And it is for that reason that I would support Amendments 7 and Amendment 3 in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for North West Hampshire. And the reason for that is that putting the occupied territories and Israel on the face of the bill is an unusual thing to do in a bill of this sort. And the question we have to ask is, if the purpose is to make it difficult for a future government to be able to take a position that would change the approach on our close allies, why is the United States not also listed? A lot of the groups that people object to, such as BDS, are often quite anti-American as well. So why don't we have a fuller list of countries to make it difficult for them to add? More importantly, I think it does send something of a signal around British foreign policy in quite an unfortunate way, because it's been the long-standing position of all British governments that we support a two-state solution and that the Israeli settlements in the occupied territories are illegal. And that's a consistent British government position over a long period of time. And we have to be careful not to send signals that that's changed. More importantly, I'd also support Amendment 3, because I think Clause 4 is quite a strong violation of freedom of speech. It's come to something when you're saying not only would people not be free to follow the procurement policy they want, but that they wouldn't even be allowed to say that that's the reason why they weren't was because of this bill. So I will support Amendment 7 or Amendment 3 if either of those go to a vote later on this evening. But I want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to focus my comments today principally on the two amendments in my name, which are Amendments 10 and 11. Because while much of the debate around this bill is understandably done through the context of BDS and the context of Israel and the Palestinian situation, we have to understand that the scope of Clause 1 is very broad. And what is actually before us this evening is quite a broad procurement bill that places quite broad restrictions on procurements and applies to every country in the world. And I presume the reason for this is the government probably had legal advice that to have something that focused just on one country, Israel, or just on one campaign group, BDS, would create some legal issues. So what they then had to do is to construct a bill that affects every organisation, every issue, and every country, and then through the schedule to try to piece back some of the liberties that were affected by the imposition of Clause 1. And it's that schedule that I want to focus my comments on, because it lists lots of different issues that are out of the scope of Clause 1, rightly so, including, for instance, environmental misconduct. But there is no mention here of animal welfare. And there will be times when public bodies will take a procurement decision based on animal welfare, and they need to be free to do that. And it is not at all clear from the schedule at the moment that could be done. Clause 10 of the schedule mentions environmental misconduct, and at the end talks about the life and health of plants and animals. But it does so very much in the context of the environment, and the wild environment, rather than through the context of kept animals. Now, the government buying standard was recently revised to encourage all public bodies and all government departments to take account of animal welfare in their procurement policies. But this bill would appear to basically curtail the right of local authorities to do just that. And there will be legitimate issues that come into play here. And the one I would very much welcome a steer from the Minister on, and I make the point that these are probing amendments. I'm looking for some reassurance from the Minister here on undertaking to consider this further in the other place. But if, for instance, a local authority were to judge that they would prefer to procure lamb from New Zealand, because New Zealand has high standards of animal welfare, over, say, Australia, because the Australian sheep industry has poor levels of animal welfare and doesn't have the right regulatory powers in place to deal with certain practices, well, that's a legitimate consideration. Indeed, not only is it legitimate, but it's a consideration that the government's own buying standard and Crown Commercial encourage all public bodies to pursue. So the question I have for the Minister in closing, and it's a question linked very much to the two amendments I have, is it her understanding that under this bill it would be entirely in order for any local authority or any public body to make decisions based on animal welfare and that any such decision related to animal welfare would be totally outside the scope of Clause 1 of this bill.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was a dreadful piece of legislation when we debated it at second reading, and it returns to us in an equally dreadful state at report stage. At second reading, I said that the bill was being introduced at the wrong time, with the violence and unrest that was taking place in the region in July. I never in my worst nightmares thought we would experience the brutal, inhumane and indiscriminate massacre that was unleashed on innocent Israeli civilians on the 7th of October, and the subsequent humanitarian catastrophe that we are now witnessing in Gaza. To bring this wrong-headed, poorly drafted, politically motivated bill back to the House in the midst of these horrors, the horrors we're seeing every hour of the day and every hour of the night on our television screens and on our social media, is an act, Madam Deputy Speaker, of complete irresponsibility and unbelievable foolishness. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak as a proud Jew. I speak as a strong supporter of Israel, a committed Zionist. And I speak as somebody who opposes the BDS movement and believes that its intent is to try and destroy the State of Israel. But I don't speak on my own. I know that I speak in the name of thousands of Jews in Britain, not always represented in this House, particularly by members of some of the Jewish members who are in the House. I know I speak for thousands of Jews in Britain, and I know I speak for millions of Jews in Israel. I would simply ask the Minister and the Secretary of State, who is now in his place, please withdraw this nasty bill and come back in the autumn with a properly considered proposal that can be accepted by us all at this time. What we should be doing now, and I just urge it, it's an emotional time for us all, and it is for me, but I urge the ministers, we should be all working together at this time. Every MP in this House should be working to calm things down in the Middle East, to contain conflict, to secure the release of the hostages, to stop the humanitarian catastrophe we're seeing in Gaza. We should not be seeking to divide members now. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, contains proposals that I put to ministers will only heighten tensions between communities, when we've already seen the Community Securities Trust their work showing that a 651% increase in anti-Semitic attacks from October the 7th to the 20th of October. My own family, my own grandchildren have been subject to such attacks, and I know what difficulty it brings to many, many families here in this country. The bill will only deepen the hostilities. It won't help them. It'll only strengthen the polarisation we're seeing in our communities that is already so evident. We're seeing it in our schools, we're seeing it in our universities, we're seeing it in our workplaces. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, will not help Israel as Israel seeks to defend itself against an existential threat. It will simply become just one more thing to enrage those people who oppose the State of Israel. It will not help Jews at all as we struggle to come to terms with the pogrom that took place in the kibbutzim and at the music festival some 2 weeks ago. It will not help us as we all struggle to find a route to peace that allows Israel to defend itself without inflicting intolerable hardship on Palestinians, who have also become the victims of Hamas's terrorist activity. This government, I plead to them to withdraw this legislation and to help us to work together. The bill, it's so yeah.
I appreciate the remarks which the Honourable Lady is making, and especially she can speak with some authority because of her own background.
but I fail to see the logic of the point which she's making, that a bill which prevents local authorities deliberately highlighting their opposition to the existence of the State of Israel and boycotting goods from that, how a bill like that is likely to lead to bad community relations. Surely, in stopping local authorities acting in such a partisan way, it helps to establish better community relations.
I think I beg to differ from what the honourable member has said, because the bill in itself is so contentious that it won't actually stop activity. It will encourage those who want to argue against the State of Israel, who want to argue against what is happening currently in the Israeli-Palestinian war. It will give them added strength. So I simply do disagree with him. I think at a time like this, the worst thing you can do is introduce legislation which is contentious. Yes.
Thank you for giving way, and I respect the Right Honourable Lady for her views, but just on this last point, the idea that we should not do something because the people who hate Israel will be even angrier about it doesn't seem to me to be a very credible argument. These people were out in front of the embassy before, on the day after the attacks, or in the immediate aftermath of the attacks, demanding boycotts of Israel, before Israel had even had time to respond. So is it really a credible argument that because the people who hate Israel will be angrier, we shouldn't do it?
Well, I hope as I develop my argument, the honourable member will listen, because it's the flaws in the bill that actually, I think, damage its intention, which is to limit and deal with the evils of the BDS movement. I said a little earlier, I oppose the BDS movement. I recognise that the BDS probably has the intention of trying to destroy the State of Israel. I want to tackle that. I think doing that in the way that is proposed in this legislation will simply damage that intent. It won't meet it. And I think maybe that's where he and I do differ. The bill is flawed in so many ways. The main reason is that it is not designed to tackle a problem. It's designed to score a crude party political point, a point I made in second reading. I'm afraid the Secretary of State gave the game away himself at second reading when he said, and I quote him, "The question for every member of this House is whether they stand with us or against us on anti-Semitism." Sorry, with us, not against. Sorry, I will re-quote that because it's a misquote. The question is that for every member of this House is whether they stand with us against anti-Semitism or not. I respectfully say to the Secretary of State that is not the question, but it does lay bare the truth about this bill. The government believe they've set a trap for us in the opposition. If we speak against the bill, they will try to paint us as anti-Semites. But I say to the government, if they pass this bill in its current form, it is they who will be encouraging anti-Semitism by fueling hatred. It is they who are encouraging anti-Semitism by specifying on the face of the bill only one country where the boycott of goods would be illegal, simply confirming in people's minds that Israel and the Israeli-Palestine conflict is a special case, different from all the other cases around. And that is a constant problem, a constant issue that I get raised with me around people who are worried and concerned about attitudes in the UK to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict over time, not particularly in relation to the war as it stands, but everybody says, why pick on Israel? So why does the government now select out Israel? It's they who are encouraging anti-Semitism by gagging free speech in our universities and council chambers. It is they who are encouraging anti-Semitism by trampling on the democratic rights of local politicians. And I think it's an incredible arrogance for us as MPs to sit here and think somehow we're better than, different than locally elected councillors who also have political views and who also carry out important democratic jobs in their councils. It's they who are encouraging anti-Semitism by ignoring our obligations under the UN Security Council. It's they who are encouraging anti-Semitism, and I say this from my experience of fighting the BNP in Barking in my constituency from 2006 until the general election in 2010, by refusing to engage in an open debate. They give added credibility by closing the debate that those who seek to destroy the state of Israel are somehow wronged. Yeah.
Lady Giving Way, and as she knows, I have a huge amount of respect for her, and she speaks with an authority that many of us can't speak with on these issues, and she knows better than anybody that there is a tide of vile anti-Semitism that has been unleashed in the country. And some of us heard from Jewish students last week who are afraid to give their surnames because afraid of giving away their Jewish identity, afraid to admit that they're Jewish. One of them said to us that they feel like Jews are being pushed out of British universities. So if July wasn't a good time to bring forward a piece of legislation to draw a line in the sand about this, if now is an even worse time, when is a good time to make a stand on behalf of Jewish people who are at risk at this time?
Can I just start by saying to the Honourable Member that I completely, the growth in anti-Semitism on the streets and in our communities is absolutely terrible, and it is impacting on some of the youngest people in my own family, and it's absolutely dreadful to watch the impact that it does have on young children. So I'm completely with him on that. I think what I'm saying, the legislation is so flawed, it does not meet its intent, and I would absolutely love to work with ministers, with everybody across the representatives from across the House to bring forward a piece of legislation which tackles the issue that we know exists in relation to BDS, but does so in a way that is not contentious. It doesn't have to be like this. We could do it in another way, and probably doing that as soon as we could would be a really good thing to do.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend. Surely the point she's making is that the answer is a good time would be a time when those of goodwill have had sufficient opportunity to have the necessary discussions to find the consensus that would bring forward an acceptable and sensible piece of legislation.
My honourable friend again makes a very, very valid point, and I'm grateful to him for that intervention. I'm bringing my remarks to the close. I do feel really emotional about today. I think today is an emotional day. It probably is for many of us in this chamber. But the Minister, I would just say to the Minister, he is trying to put forward some legislation in the name of the Jewish community. But I would simply say to him, he's not doing it in my name. He's not doing it in the name of literally thousands of people that I talk to here in the UK who are all good Jews, who are proud of their Jewish identity. And I also know from my conversation with family and friends and colleagues in Israel that there are many there who also think that this is a poor piece of legislation. I would simply plead with him, please, 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 just withdraw this. I think it'll be more damaging than helpful. And please engage in the sort of debate that my honourable friend has suggested, which could bring us to a mutually agreed conclusion, reaching the objective that we all want.
Just a little guidance to make sure I can get everybody in. I would say if colleagues spoke for about 8 minutes maximum, then we'll be able to get everybody in. So Michael Ellis.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support this excellent bill, and I wish to speak against all of the amendments, and I commend my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for taking it through. Why do I support it? For 3 principal reasons. Firstly, because it is genuinely needed. Secondly, because boycotts are inherently discriminatory and contrary to public policy, especially when engaged in by third-tier local authorities. And the BDS movement internationally is inextricably linked to anti-Semitism. And I will explore those 3 points now briefly. As to why it is needed, perhaps I can give this Honourable House just 2 examples. There's the example of the now bankrupt Birmingham City Council, who threatened
in 2014 not to renew a contract with the French multinational company Veolia due to its operations in the West Bank. In 2015, Veolia withdrew from the Israeli market as a consequence, and the BDS movement claimed that decision as a victory. Of course, it hurt Palestinians as well as everyone else. Another example, shamefully, is that of the supermarket Sainsbury's, who, in at least one of its branches, was put under so much pressure that they removed kosher food products from their shelves following virulent anti-Israel protests. So it is about protecting communities and avoiding anti-Semitism succeeding. The bill will prevent divisive behaviour that undermines community cohesion across the country. I'm afraid to say that BDS activity has legitimised and it has driven anti-Semitism in the United Kingdom as it exclusively targets Israel. My second point was that it is inherently discriminatory to engage in boycotts of this type. And it isn't me, Madam Deputy Speaker, who says that alone. I plea in aid on that point none other than the Supreme Court of France, who ruled as long ago as 2009 that calls for a boycott of Israeli products in France constituted discrimination and as such are illegal under French law. I also refer to the German Parliament, who designated the BDS movement as anti-Semitic in May of 2019. And again, I cite the example of harm to Palestinians. There is the infamous example of the SodaStream company, a soft drinks company that, under intense pressure, had to shut down its operations, causing the loss of 500 Palestinian jobs. The company simply moved in a few miles into Israel, and other people got those jobs. So it is harmful to all sides of the community. And I think it is worth rehearsing that the BDS National Committee, as it's called, an international centre point for this movement, as was given in evidence to one of the bill committees of this House some time ago, includes members of the Council of National and Islamic Forces in Palestine, which is a coalition of Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, all terrorist organisations that are proscribed by His Majesty's government. The General Coordinator of BNC National Committee is Mahmoud Nawaja. He has publicly supported Hamas's armed wing, the Al-Qassam Brigades. And the leader of the CNIF, Khaled al-Batsh, is a senior official of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which again is a proscribed terrorist organisation funded and coordinated by Iran. So it is for those reasons, its international links to anti-Semitism, its discriminatory province, and how obviously it is needed in this country, as well as its principle that it must be for central government to make decisions on foreign policy, and not for borough councils and city councils who, with the greatest possible respect, cannot possibly appreciate all of the nuances involved in these international decisions.
I thank my right honourable friend, and I 100% endorse and agree with everything he's been outlining. I would just ask, does he agree with me that I think the argument that he's making is very powerful about making this point, that right now, at this particular point, there's obviously a hugely important moral and ethical purpose to being clear about our opposition to anti-Semitism in any form and at any type, in any way, from any organisation, let alone the abhorrence of what BDS stand for in light of the terrorist atrocity that we have seen. This bill actually predates the atrocity that we saw earlier this month. And the purpose of this bill originally, and the correct and right purpose of this bill, is also, coming to his core point that he's making right now, is to remind that the central government's role is to deal with foreign policy, and actually to ensure that local councils are not making decisions based on their foreign policy or any other ideological pressure or views, but based on the best value for local residents.
Yes, I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, and he makes his point eloquently. And can I say this as well about Israel and its economy? Israel clearly has a vibrant economy and welcomes everyone. And those who, both outside this House and in other countries, who support the BDS movement, I challenge them to bear in mind that I suspect they would not be able to function in today's modern society if they were to personally boycott companies who are already deeply engaged in Israel and who do business there. Just to give some examples, Apple, Google, Intel, Microsoft, 3M, Alibaba, Amazon, Fujitsu, AOL, Siemens, Bosch, Sony, Texas Instruments, Samsung, Nestle, Coca-Cola, Western Digital, Xerox, Mitsubishi, Pfizer, Salesforce, Visa, MasterCard, Honda, Ford. There are dozens, I have lists of dozens of companies that do business in the State of Israel. Let us bear in mind that those persons who seek to boycott Israel do so with an air of double standards. And that is the very least that can be said about it. And I support this bill, and I reject all of the amendments.
Jeremy Corbyn.
I haven't put him to speak.
You have put him to speak, however. John McDonnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just echo the comments of my honourable friend from Barking? If we, on this bill, descend into accusations that those who don't support the bill are some anti-Semites or those who do support it are Islamophobic, I think we're lost, to be honest. And therefore it's important that we are careful about our language. I think there's a profound misunderstanding about what we're debating. If this is about the BDS movement itself, well, there's mechanisms that government can use to prescribe an organisation. But what this bill is about, should be about, is a debate around BDS as a method, as a tactic. And I have supported boycotting and disinvesting and sanctioning a whole range of regimes. I campaigned with support of the anti-apartheid movement for BDS with regard to South Africa. Actually, there are large numbers of members of this House on all sides actually supported that. I did so as well with regard to Saudi Arabia when and tragically they still are when they're executing members of the gay community. I've campaigned with others across the House as well with regard to Sri Lanka and the persecution of the Tamils and actually the murder of a number of my constituents as well when they visited their families. I'm doing the same at the moment with regard to Bahrain because of their imprisonment of the political opposition within that country itself. Same with Russia. I'm a founder member 10 years ago of the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign. We've been calling for sanctions against Russia for years in advance of even the government, to be honest. And the same with Iran. I chair the Workers' Committee on Iran, which is supporting the trade unions campaign in Iran, who are many of them now unfortunately in prison, and the Uyghurs as well. All of these, I've urged the use of BDS because BDS is when other representations diplomacy fails, there aren't many options left. One of the options, unfortunately, is the use of arms. So to not promote that, we've tried to find a middle way, and that is economic isolation to try and influence. And to be frank, it did work in South Africa. It did work. And so therefore, that's why we've tried to ensure that it's a mechanism that can be drawn upon. But I agree with my honourable friend on the front bench. The important thing is to ensure if we're using this mechanism, it is used properly and fairly. You're not just discriminating against one particular country, and that's what I haven't done. I haven't done. And I have called for BDS with regard to goods coming from the occupied territories in Iran because they're against international order. What I find extraordinary, I've sat 25 years in this House and I've listened to speeches from the Conservative representatives. I've learnt a bit about conservatism. I find this bill profoundly unconservative. It's extraordinary. If you look at it now and you look at the individual amendments which the front bench seem to be rejecting, I've listened to members opposite basically argue that the Conservative Party stands for freedom of speech, support for the law, the rights of property, the democratic rights of this Parliament and actually local government and other agencies, devolution of decision-making, and also support, as we heard today, for the action on environment and of human rights. If we go through the amendments, can I just come to freedom of speech? What the amendments in terms of 28 and 3 do, they simply prevent the government introducing a gagging order of even just talking about this, having a debate about it. Because actually I do think that is profoundly unconservative, and I can't believe members opposite are not supporting these amendments. If I just make this one point, if I can. On the issue of rights of property, the honourable gentleman opposite, whose constituency I can't remember now, and I apologise, we're both members of the local government pension fund. The government is overriding the rights to my property, which is my pension fund. I cannot believe that Conservatives are doing this. That's my stored wages over 20 years of service in local government that now I lose control over. And the amendment simply says, allow the members of that pension fund to decide. I cannot understand why it's been opposed.
I thank my friend for giving way. He will recall the days that we managed to persuade the GLC pension fund not to invest in apartheid South Africa. But the fundamentals of this bill, I'm sure he would agree, are that it actually reduces a very large area of freedom of speech for elected local councillors. And that, to me, undermines the whole principle of representative democracy within our society.
Agreed. I was Chair of Finance at that point in time. It was interesting because there was an awful lot of cross-party support on that, because we were then at the stages of the imprisonment of Mandela and the worst oppressions that were going on. Soweto took place as well. Just going through the amendments themselves, in terms of devolution and local decision-making, the amendments 5, 16, 34, new clause 2, all they do is ensure that local democracy takes place. And the arguments I've heard from opposite on several occasions is that local councils and local councils should have the right to represent their local communities. And above all else, they should listen to their local communities. And when there's been rows on the other side, it's often as a result of councils, and sometimes I've agreed, have not listened to their local communities. What these amendments do is simply enable the local community to express their views and for that to be taken into account. And on the environmental concerns, amendments 8, 10, 15, 11 are simply reinforcing many of the policies that the party opposite have been advocating with regard to our attempt to get to net zero and protect animals at the same time. So I can't for the life of me. And with regard, I've often heard on the other side they uphold the law, it's an absolutely essential part of the conservatism. Well, that's what Amendments 6 and 7 and 17 do. They're simply saying that actually the use of this mechanism can be helpful in upholding international law. So I believe this bill is, I think it's a bad bill. I agree that there might be a potential of gaining consensus, as my honourable friend has said. If there's time, there might well be. I think one way forward is the amendment that the front bench have moved to try and look at human rights in general, to see how statements can be made by government defining human rights, and that then influencing what happens in other decision-making areas, local government, pension funds, etc. I think there's an opportunity for that. But I come back to it, really. This is not the time. This is not the time to do something that can anyway divide our communities. And if this bill is in any way amendable, let's just pull the bill. We've done this before in government. The government has done this before. There's been a pause on legislation, allowing wiser heads to come together and to come back with something that actually might work. If there's arguments about the BDS movement, and some of the statements I've heard from some of the leaders associated that, I totally condemn. But if there is about that, that's a separate issue. This is about a method of trying to influence individual countries to behave in terms of international law, protect the environment, etc. It's trying to set standards in other countries that actually we ourselves want to promote globally anyway. So again, I just say this is not something you would expect from a Conservative Party at any stage in its life, and it's certainly not something now. And if the government does pursue it, I'm afraid it does lead to that conclusion that my honourable friend from Barking has made, which is it's been done for grubby political purposes. If that is the case, we're now in the gutter of politics rather than the high level of politics we should be debating in this country.
Andrew Percy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a clever argument put forward by the previous speaker, but I think many of us can see through it and what the real motivation. He himself said he is a supporter of boycotts against supporters of part of the BDS campaign. So it was a really clever argument, but I'm afraid some of us see absolutely through it, Madam Deputy Speaker. This issue of timing is an interesting one. I'm not sure whether we're being asked that we should wait until Hamas give us permission to bring this bill back. Should we wait for their decision to end the violence so that then we're able to bring this forward? The people advanced these same arguments before this massacre that they're advancing today, so there will never be a good time to bring this legislation forward if we follow that line. I have to say to the Right Honourable Lady for Barking, and she knows we've disagreed on some things, and I do respect her very much so, and she's been very brave on lots of the things she's done in recent years, but I do think it was beneath her to accuse people who support this legislation of driving anti-Semitism. I do think that was an unfortunate slip, because it is a fact that the Jewish Leadership Council, the Board of Deputies, are supporting this legislation. She may be absolutely right that there are others in the Jewish community who are not, but it is also a fact that leadership groups within the community are supporting this legislation. So I would say, why now, Madam Deputy Speaker? And for me, it was actually going down to one of the marches 2 weeks ago to see, and I don't want to call them marches for peace, because they're not. They were marches filled with hate. There were people there enjoying what has happened in Israel, and I saw many of those people holding those deeply anti-Semitic signs, many of which called for a boycott of the Israeli state. And that said to me that this is a moment where we absolutely have to grasp this issue, which has been a poisonous part of political discourse on the Middle East for so long. That this is, if not now, then when? Because there will never be a perfect time. As I said in my intervention, we saw BDS campaigners, even before the Israeli government had acted in any way in Gaza in self-defense, had started any of that action. They were outside the Israeli embassy after 1,400 Israelis had been murdered, the worst murder of Jews since the Holocaust. What were they doing? Not there expressing sympathy for what's just happened. They're demanding people boycott the state of Israel. This is a pernicious, nasty, anti-Semitic campaign, and there is no way of pretending otherwise. As indeed some people who oppose this bill will agree with, absolutely. And the metrics are clear. BDS activities drive anti-Semitism. That is a fact. So we're all in agreement on this. And this pretends that, there's lots of other countries at which this is aimed at. Let's be honest about it. There is only Israel which is the focus of BDS activities. And this is where the action in local government, in the Welsh government, has been. It's all been about Israel. Because let's be honest about it, some of the people who may well make arguments against this legislation, it will always be about Israel. They're always here, whatever has happened, always here with words against Israel, holding Israel to different standards. It's the same people, and they find a different argument. It's the same on every issue related to the Middle East. They're always here, some of them in here, and it's always about the behaviour of the state of Israel, Madam Deputy Speaker. This issue of inflaming community tensions, I find this a really bizarre claim, that because some people might react unpleasantly or potentially violently to us banning a campaign which all of us who have spoken so far, well, maybe not all of us, agree is an anti-Semitic campaign, that because we're going to take action to target this anti-Semitic campaign, that might inflame community tension. So what we're saying effectively is that the elected House of Commons of the United Kingdom shouldn't act because some people might not like it and they might get violent. Well, a country that follows that line of argument is, I'm afraid, a country that is lost. We agree it's anti-Semitic. It shouldn't matter, therefore, whether some people who might not like it might react. And you know, we've all seen the marches. They've been reacting fairly unpleasantly already. So I'm afraid I just don't buy that argument. I went over time when I spoke in the last. I'll give way very quickly and then.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. I've got a huge amount of affection for him and understanding of what it is that he is saying. Could he just give me his view on this point, which is my concern? I take everything that he's saying, but at a time when our country can play a pivotal role in trying to de-escalate and find a peaceful solution to this horror that is unravelling in the Middle East, what assessment has he made of the damage of partiality that could be levelled against the government by bringing this bill forward at this time?
He said he had affection for me. Not many people say that, so I welcome that, and I'll be framing that part of Hansard. But I would just push back to him on that, though. How is impartiality impacted by outlawing something all of us agree is anti-Semitic? That, you know, the BDS Palestinian National Committee, who sits on that? Hamas and Islamic Jihad. So we shouldn't ban this anti-Semitic campaign because some people might not like it. So I think you can push that argument very quickly back in the other direction. I went over last time, so I'm going to stay absolutely within time, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll just end with a quote which I think is very powerful from the Jewish Chronicle today, from Stephen Pollard, who's a former editor. He said, you might think that now at all times, when the world has witnessed the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, there would be a clamour, a rush, even a demand for the BDS bill to be passed. Now of all times, surely, is the time to stand up and say, we see where Jew hate leads. And I think that is the best argument for this legislation, and why now, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for being within time. I am going to put the limit on, though, of 8 minutes, just to ensure that everybody does get the chance to speak. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the speech that we've just listened to from the member for Brigg and Gould shows exactly why this isn't the right time for this bill and this debate. The speech that he criticised from the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington was a perfectly reasonable speech, making the case for the tools of boycott, sanctions and divestment. And to suggest that those tools are intrinsically anti-Semitic, I think is just quite clearly and evidentially wrong. The vast generalisations that he has deployed, I think, again shows why this bill is deeply unhelpful and the timing downright dangerous. The brutal attacks on Israeli civilians by Hamas on October the 7th have filled every right-thinking person with horror and underscored the urgency of standing against violence. And we do this, I believe, in part by defending and advocating human rights. These principles need to guide our response to the collective punishment of the civilian population of Gaza too, and to any other unlawful action being perpetrated by the Israeli or the Palestinian authorities or by Hamas. So I'm struggling to understand why, as one of the leading global champions of human rights, the UK would want to send a signal that it thinks human rights only matter selectively, because that would be the impact if the current wording of this bill passes. It would say to the world, some people's rights matter less than other people's. Frankly, the timing seems designed to make political capital from a horrendous situation. The government should be ashamed. I think this is a new low. It is reckless, it is provocative, and it is deeply damaging. The government risks igniting the situation further by bringing back this bill with the clause singling out Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. This legislation effectively applies restrictions on the right to freedom of expression and debate, and it does so in a way that risks polarising views even further. And at any time, let alone in this most sensitive of contexts, enshrining in law such partiality towards the conflict, I think is beyond irresponsible. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've tabled 3 amendments to this bill, 2 on the ability of public bodies to make decisions about their activities on the environmental grounds, 1 to exclude fossil fuels from the provisions of this bill. Looking first specifically at fossil fuels, there is a worrying lack of clarity from the government about what may or may not be permissible for public bodies to do should this bill be enacted. My amendment number 15 is therefore intended to clear that up and to protect the rights of public authorities to divest from fossil fuels. Earlier this week, Friends of the Earth published evidence that at least £12.2 billion worth of local government pension funds are invested in fossil fuels. The clarity my amendment is seeking to provide is needed because fossil fuels are obviously not covered by the environmental misconduct exemption on illegal activities, because extraction actively currently happens, obviously legally. And it's needed because decisions to divest could easily be brought into scope of Clause 1 because a fossil fuel company, especially in the case of state oil and gas firms, could easily meet the threshold for association with a foreign government. Majority state-owned or controlled oil or gas firms like Saudi Aramco, Equinor, Petrobras, Gazprom or other companies that are highly associated with a foreign government would obviously be considered affiliated with certain countries, and that would impact on decisions made about things like pension funds. The ability of pension schemes in particular to divest from fossil fuels under current legislation and guidance is well established and compatible with fiduciary duty. So consideration of whether to divest often includes discussion or consideration of individual states as examples of why divestment is desirable. And campaigners will often publicly cite examples of states where fossil fuel extraction is taking place as a reason to divest from fossil fuel assets, even if the divestment being sought is much broader. This is reasonable, it is entirely responsible, given the financial risks associated with things like carbon bubbles and stranded assets, let alone the climate crisis more broadly. And it is currently lawful. But if this legislation passes, such consideration could run the risk of being judged to have been influenced by political or moral disapproval of foreign state conduct and could thus bring divestment decisions within the scope of the bill. If the Minister does not intend fossil fuel divestment to be covered, it must be explicitly excluded, not left to run the kinds of risks I've outlawed. Turning to environmental misconduct, again, I think some sorely lacking clarity needs to be injected into the bill, hence my 2 amendments. The bill has an exemption that is limited to environmentally harmful behaviour that, and I quote, amounts to an offence whether under the law of a part of the United Kingdom or any other country or territory. Now, much environmentally destructive activity takes place entirely legally, and indeed this could even be the rationale for a boycott or a divestment campaign. During the passage of the Environment Act 21, the limitations of due diligence measures that only targeted illegal deforestation were made clear. And that was because, for example, a significant proportion of deforestation due to soy or palm oil in Brazil and Indonesia respectively could take place either legally or, frankly, it would be incredibly difficult to distinguish between legal and illegal deforestation. So my Amendment 8 would expand the environmental grounds on which a public body is allowed to make certain economic activities and decisions beyond activities that are currently simply an offence. And without it, frankly, this exemption is unworkable at worst and will undermine good practice at best. Let me explain. A number of pension experts, giving evidence at committee stage, warn that the bill will impact on environmental, social and governance investment decisions and cuts across the fiduciary duty of pension schemes. These include the Northern Ireland Local Government Officers Superannuation Committee and the Local Government Association. ESG factors are now standard practice to consider when looking at investments, and there is widespread concern that the environmental misconduct exemption is so weak that it doesn't provide the exemptions that ministers claim that it does. This in turn is a threat to adherence with things like the United Nations principles of responsible investment or indeed the Sustainable Development Goals. It fails to recognise that investors often consider divergence from best practice and not simply breaches of law. And it fails to reflect that in countries with opaque legal systems, for example, establishing that an offence has occurred may not be straightforward. And there's also a risk that a campaign directed at persuading public bodies to boycott or divest on environmental grounds could end up coming within the scope of the legislation. And that could happen, for example, if case studies are judged to constitute criticism or disapproval of a foreign state, or if they identify where an environmentally harmful activity is taking place, for example, logging in the Amazon. Now, the government is fond of claiming that it has the very best environmental credentials, so why would it want to scupper the potential of public bodies to demand higher environmental standards in, for example, their supply chains or from their pension fund managers with a poorly worded reference to environmental misconduct? My Amendment 8 would tackle that and provide for a proper exemption, and my Amendment 9 extends the definition of environmental misconduct to include damage regardless of whether it is legal or illegal, and to include species, habitats and the natural world. It replicates word for word the definition of natural environment in the government's 2021 Environment Act, and as such I hope that it provides for consistency and clarity that is not currently afforded by the current wording. I'd be especially interested to know why ministers didn't use the wording in the first place, given that it's already in that Environment Act, and why they're not aiming for a consistent definition of the natural environment across different legislation. To conclude, these amendments are designed to properly protect the exemptions that ministers claim are in the bill, and to do so in line with definitions in other legislation.
Nicola Richards.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in favour of the motion and support the bill. The events of the 7th of October mean we're debating this bill in a different context. We're doing so against the backdrop of the murder of at least 1,400 Jewish people and the kidnapping of hundreds in Israel, as well as a rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the UK by 641%. This bill is not a solution on its own to anti-Semitism. It's not on its own the key to solving every problem in the Middle East. But I want to explain what will provide much needed reassurance to the Jewish community here, but also benefit both Israelis and Palestinians. I'll set out why the BDS movement is harmful internationally, as well as being discriminatory towards Jewish communities here in the UK, and why it's vital that Israel is on the name of on the face of this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not Jewish. I grew up in Dudley. We do not have a Jewish community there. I grew up hungry to know more about history and politics. But I knew that when I was young, my father worked for an Israeli company. He moved around jobs as a salesman, so I remembered his work, by which country the company originated from. For me, Israel was just another one of those places he'd travelled for work, and when he worked for the Israeli company, Iskar. Iskar was set up by Steph Wertheimer, a German Jew who fled the Nazis in 1937. He started a small metal shop and tool-making company called Iskar in 1952. Steph believes that capitalism is better equipped than politics to solve the conflict. He believes that if at the core of the tension between Arabs and Jews, it's economic disparity, that he might have a solution. In 2019, it was reported that out of the 3,500 employees, more than 1,000 are Druze or Arab origins. In the eyes of the BDS movement, this normalisation is problematic and should be boycotted. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Northampton North, has already mentioned SodaStream, a successful Israeli company which exports its products across the world. It's been providing jobs to countless Israelis, as well as once employing around 900 Palestinians who relied on the company for their livelihood. However, in 2015, they were forced out of the West Bank due to the BDS movement, leading these Palestinians to losing their jobs. This harms the very people the BDS movement claims to be supporting. Ali Jaffer, a shift manager from the West Bank village who worked for SodaStream for 2 years, summed this up when he said, quote, "All the people who wanted to close the factory are mistaken. They didn't take into consideration the families. And it's these families that we need to be thinking about today when we vote on this bill." When SodaStream closed its factory in the West Bank, it moved to the Negev desert, where it once organised the largest iftar celebration on the final day of Ramadan in Israel. Almost 3,000 Israelis and Palestinians came together to break bread at their factory in Rabat. The BDS movement remain against SodaStream's factory in the Negev desert because they found new reasons for doing so. They said SodaStream is still subject to boycott by the global Palestinian-led BDS movement for Palestinian rights. Its new factory is actively complicit in Israel's policy of displacing the indigenous Bedouin Palestinian citizens of Israel in the Negev. SodaStream's mistreatment of and discrimination against Palestinian workers is not forgotten either. So why aren't the successes of integration at companies like SodaStream and Iskar not told? Because they show normalisation. They show neighbourly relationships and peace between peoples. And I was struck by some of the families of the current Hamas hostages, some of which had once lived in Gaza. They moved when the occupation ended in 2005, but they still had Palestinian friends there. It's that kind of relationship you don't hear about. Extremists don't want to portray any kind of normal life, any kind of success or quality of existence, whether they're Hamas or the BDS movement. Neither promote peaceful coexistence. The BDS movement boasts that in 18 years they've done 18 years worth of turning darkness into light, which is quite some sugarcoating if you ask me. The BDS movement have an anti-normalisation charter. It forbids, and I quote, any participation in any project, initiative or activity, local or international, that brings together on the same platform Palestinians and Israelis who do not meet the following two conditions. 1. The Israeli side publicly recognises the UN-affirmed inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, which are set out in the 2005 BDS call. And, the most important part, the joint activity constitute a form of resistance against the Israeli regime of occupation, settler colonialism and apartheid. This is evidence, if it was ever needed, the BDS movement do not want peace. The BDS ignores or rejects Jewish people's right to self-determination. They occasionally call for the eradication of Israel, the world's only Jewish state. So if BDS objective isn't for peace, then what is it? At its core, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's anti-Semitic. The Anti-Defamation League have assessed that their campaigns often include allegations of Jewish power, dual loyalty, the Jewish-Israeli culpability for unrelated issues and crises. I'll move on to now why this has such a negative impact on the Jewish community here in the UK. The Jewish Leadership Council have made the case that public bodies in the UK are more likely to interact with people than the government, and that it's therefore important they are trusted by all communities. They believe most relationships between Jewish communities and public bodies are usually positive, but this is undermined when they seek to involve international matters and support BDS movements. The events of the last few weeks, I hope for many, will give people a better understanding of why Israel is so important to the Jewish community. Having worked in the community, visited Israel a number of times and worked with Holocaust survivors, I thought I understood. But for many in the Jewish community around the world, repeating that the 7th of October was the biggest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust brings with it unimaginable pain. It brings with it a new understanding. Israel's very existence was born out of the need for a safe haven for Jews. The events on the 7th of October were never meant to happen. Hamas knew they struck at the heart of Israel and therefore the heart of the Jewish community. So when a movement seeks to single out the world's only Jewish state as a unique evil, it's clear to see why this could be regarded as anti-Semitic. There are no comparative campaigns about any other state on this scale, which mobilises as many people and seeks to divide and maintain division rather than strive for peace. Supporters of BDS may claim victory if they were to have their way. However, they cannot claim with any credibility that they are supporters of a two-state solution. Boycotts harm Israel, they harm Palestinians, they harm any prospect of peace. This bill is not a barrier to peace. The BDS movement and opposing this bill is a barrier to peace. I applaud the government for its strong stance in taking action against BDS and for bringing this bill forward before the House, and I'll be wholeheartedly supporting it.
Order, order. I will now announce the results of the ballot held today for the election of the Defence Committee Chair. 433 votes were cast, 3 of which were invalid. There was a single round of voting with 430 valid votes. The quota to be reached was therefore 216 votes. Robert Courts was elected chair with 249 votes. He will take up his post immediately, and I congratulate him on his election. The results of the counts under the alternative vote system will be made available as soon as possible in the Vote Office and published on the internet. Zara Sultana.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak to the amendment in my name as well as the Amendment 13 tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, which both relate to how this bill will impact public bodies' rights to make ethical decisions on matters relating to international law and human rights. And so that is what I will begin with. Gaza, the United Nations has said, has become a hellhole. Israeli bombs have decimated whole neighbourhoods. In 6 days alone, 6,000 bombs were dropped on the besieged enclave. That's more bombs than NATO forces dropped in an entire year of intense fighting in Afghanistan. An Israeli military spokesperson was frank about the purpose. The emphasis, they said, and I quote, was on damage, not accuracy. Nearly 6,000 Palestinians have been killed, including nearly 2,500 children. Last night was the deadliest so far. 700 people dead. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is happening to one of the most densely populated areas on Earth, where 2.3 million people, half of whom are children, are trapped in an area no bigger than the Isle of Wight. And even before the recent violence, Gaza had been besieged for more than a decade and a half, with access to land, air and water blockaded. Back in 2010, even Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron called it a prison camp. But now Israel has imposed a total siege, cutting off water, fuel, electricity and food. The UN says hospitals will run out of fuel today, and incubators with premature babies will stop working. Israel's evacuation order, demanding 1.1 million people flee their homes, was described as impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences by the United Nations. The World Health Organization called it a death sentence for the sick and injured. Indiscriminate bombing, collective punishment, forcibly displacing people. These are clear violations of international law, not according to me, but the United Nations General Secretary. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is in no way downplaying or denying Hamas's appalling attacks on Israeli citizens, which I absolutely condemn and again echo the call for the release of hostages. Just as I and no member here can imagine the fear and anguish of families who have seen loved ones taken hostage, nor can I imagine the terror of Palestinian families facing constant Israeli bombardment. Yet on this question, the United Nations General Secretary again said yesterday, international law is clear. Yet in this House, people don't want to accept that. Hamas's crimes in no way excuse what we have seen since. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this is relevant to this debate because these clear violations of international law have been given the green light by political leaders here in the UK and beyond, even with an Israeli defence official promising to turn Gaza into a city of tents. And the Prime Minister has still refused to acknowledge these clear violations of international law. Unlike a growing number of counterparts across the world, he is still refusing to call for an immediate ceasefire. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is utterly shameful, and it goes to the heart of the problem with this bill and the need for these amendments. Because Israel's brutal war on Gaza is not an isolated example. The Saudi-led war on Yemen, for example, which I've spoken about repeatedly in this House, has claimed the lives of more than 150,000 people and has included war crimes like the Saudi bombing of a school bus, which killed more than 40 children and a dozen adults. That war has also been waged with the British government's support, including considerable military equipment and assistance. But let's find some historical examples. Perhaps most notably, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's support for the apartheid South African regime, which people should be absolutely ashamed of and embarrassed about, during which the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, called the ANC and Nelson Mandela terrorists, and Young Conservatives proudly wore badges calling him to be hanged. Madam Deputy Speaker, in each of these cases, whether it's Israel's war on Gaza, the Saudi war on Yemen, or apartheid South Africa, violations of international law and gross injustices have been committed with the support and complicity of the British government. But if this bill is passed unamended, on these matters and more, public bodies like local councils and universities will not be able to make ethical procurement or investment decisions. Local democracy would be sidelined and they would be forced to ignore questions of human rights and international law. The case of South Africa shows most clearly why this is such a mistake. Because whilst the government, whilst the government supported the apartheid regime, local councils across the country rallied around the anti-apartheid movement, with 39 councils across the country having divested from companies operating in South Africa by 1985. If this bill had been put in place then, that action would have been illegal. That's why a huge coalition of more than 70 organisations have come together to oppose this bill. Organisations including trade unions such as ASLEF, the Fire Brigades Union, Unison, Unite, and campaign groups like Greenpeace and Liberty. The amendment in my name and Amendment 13 seek to address this grave mistake, protecting the right of public bodies to make ethical decisions and not leaving them at the whim of deeply unethical decisions of national governments like ours. I therefore urge members from across the House to support these amendments. Thank you.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, some years ago, an elderly Jewish constituent came to see me in my surgery, concerned about her own safety following a rise in violence in Israel and Palestine and resulting anti-Semitism here in the UK. I said to her then that if the mob ever came for her, they would find me, before they got to her, standing in her driveway with my baseball bat in hand. And I've stood with the Jewish community across the UK, particularly in London, over the last nearly 25 years of my political career. So when I am told that in seeking to improve this legislation, or in expressing doubts about its impact, that somehow I'm picking a side, and the implication is that I'm not standing with that community, I find it both insulting and offensive. Particularly, I have to say, coming from members of this House who, while accepting unquestioningly this legislation, have not done so with other legislation coming from the government. I think we all have a duty at this point in time, as the Prime Minister said, as others have pointed out on Monday, to choose our words carefully. He said it was a time for care and caution, and I think he was exactly right. And to those who say that there's never a good time, there is certainly a better time. As Israel reels from the profoundly evil crime that is committed against it, but at the same time as Palestinian parents search through the rubble for the bodies of their children, for us to bring forward legislation which members on this side have said in terms is picking a side seems to me remarkably insensitive, not least because our Prime Minister is frantically touring the world, trying his best to work with the Qataris and others to release those hostages, and they must be released as soon as possible. I cannot see how choosing to even amend the programme motion to get this thing under the wire at this time is anything other than creating difficulties in that regard. Now, I have 5 amendments down to this legislation, and I seek to improve it. I understand that the government is trying to pursue a manifesto commitment, a manifesto on which I stood, and while I might have doubts about the impact of this, of the purpose of this legislation on civic society generally, I recognise that there is some legitimacy to it. However, the form of the legislation matters. I'm taking my amendments in turn as they appear on the paper. First of all, Amendment 7. And this amendment goes, I think, to the heart of much of the objection that people have to this legislation, because in carving out Israel, the West Bank and the occupied Golan Heights in the legislation, the Secretary of State is, I'm afraid, playing into anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism that we've seen rise in this country over the last few weeks. It was Jonathan Friedland, and I quoted him at second reading, but it's worth quoting him again, who wrote in the Jewish Chronicle, and I quote, "What is the favourite refrain of the anti-Semites? That Israel is the one country you're not allowed to criticise. This bill takes a canard and in the case of boycotts turns it into the law of the land." There is no requirement in law for this carve-out to exist. Were Amendment 7 to be passed, the impact of the bill would be precisely the same on a daily basis. Israel would merely be treated as all other countries in the world would be treated for the purposes of our legislation. And the dreadful thing about this carve-out is that prior to this awful crime being committed was exactly what Israel was trying to achieve. It was trying to achieve normalization with its neighbours. With American sponsorship, it was in fruitful talks with countries that have been at loggerheads with them for years. And yet here we are exceptionalising them again. And Amendment 7 is also, I think, speaks to some very significant legal concerns that have been expressed about the impact of this legislation under international law and on our undertakings at the United Nations, about the conflation of these 3 territories and the signal that it sends to particularly Palestinians living in the West Bank, but also those people who occupy the Golan Heights. And I'd be interested to hear what the Secretary of State has to say about that issue. If this clause 3, subsection 7, remains, then I guarantee that this legislation will end up in the courts, and there will be wrangling for years before it is given any kind of effect. Amendment 3, which seeks to amend clause 4 to lift the ban effectively on criticism of this legislation by other elected individuals. Again, the proposals in the bill strike at the very heart of what we try to achieve in every level of our democracy in this country, which is a sense of ethical and moral conduct, that people should be able to express their views, by all means.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, honourable friend, to make a very powerful point, I know he, like I, have spent a lot of time in local government. Does he agree with me in the point that I raised also at second reading, that a key issue around this is that our local elected brethren, for example, those who've been specifically elected on a foreign policy platform, like the 17 councillors who served at one stage on Birmingham City Council on behalf of the Justice for Kashmir Party, have a specific democratic reason for being there to express that foreign policy view, and that there will be circumstances where councillors, including those who sit in the House of Lords and who sit as part of international bodies like the Congress of the Council of Europe, benefit from parliamentary privilege in expressing their views. And therefore there is a risk that this gagging order is not simply gagging what we should expect as freedom of speech, but is also ineffective in the objective that it sets out to achieve.
Well, the honourable gentleman speaks with experience, and he's put it extremely well. He is quite right that to assume that councillors are merely elected on the basis of their attitudes of potholes or refuse collecting is completely erroneous. They're elected for all sorts of reasons. There are many councillors, and indeed others of devolved administrations, who campaign on some of these social, moral, ethical and indeed foreign policy issues, who would say they have a mandate, and to not even be able to express opposition to the law while still complying to it with it seems to me very un-British and extremely illiberal and unnecessarily draconian. We have lots of laws in this country which councillors of opposing political persuasions and indeed other elected officials can express opposition to. To have an exception on this basis seems to me faintly ridiculous. On Section 4, pension funds, and I should declare my interest as a member of the local government pension fund, I understand under this legislation it is the only fund that is affected by this legislation. As I said at second reading, I do find it unfortunate that as the right honourable gentleman from West London said, that my accumulated savings are being put under the control of the Secretary of State. And I would like to understand from him if, in the pursuit of this control, my pension diminishes in value, because I'm being forced to follow decisions made by the Secretary of State, what the compensation will be for me in my retirement, please. 5 is about exempting universities as public bodies. There's a technical as well as a principal reason here. At second reading, I outlined my objection to this, not least because we just appointed a free speech czar and we've legislated for free speech on university campuses, but here we are busy curtailing it through this bill. But there is a technical issue which is about universities being classified as public bodies. As the Secretary of State will know, there's been quite a flurry at the Treasury because further education colleges have been classified as public bodies, which means all their debt comes onto the public balance sheet. This is another step towards universities with their even greater level of debt coming onto the balance sheet, about which the Treasury ought to have a say. And I hope and I believe that when we get to the House of Lords on this, that the Treasury will want to have a look. And finally, Amendment 6, which is about international law. Now, the Secretary of State, I know, is extremely keen on international law. He wants to make sure, as all the government do, that it is followed in all circumstances, particularly in this current horrific conflict in Israel and Gaza. And in particular with Russia and Ukraine, one of the great benefits of our more flexible system is that as the government called for boycotts of Russian businesses and Russian individuals following that invasion, other parts of civic society were able to move extremely quickly to comply. Whereas under this legislation, they would have to wait for the government to issue some kind of regulation that would have to go through this House, would have to be debated. It would take weeks, possibly, if not longer, particularly if the House is in recess, for them to respond. And my amendment, number 6, proposes that if the government declares that a country or a situation is a breach of international law, that other organisations can immediately respond by issuing their own sanctions, if you like, or disinvestment from those bodies. I honestly believe that the amendments I have posed, and I understand only 7 will go for vote this evening, and it probably is the most important one, represent an attempt to improve this legislation, not necessarily to pick a side, Because while this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been, I'm afraid, positioned as a pro-Israel and pro-Palestine debate, I'm actually pro-Britain primarily. And so I want to get the legislation right for this country, right for the Jewish community, right for every community in this country, so that we can live with the consequences for years to come. Thank you.
Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Human rights groups have rightly condemned this bill as an outrageous and unwarranted interference in the ability of councils, universities and other public bodies to use their purchasing power to pursue ethical procurement and investment policies in order to help defend human rights, including tackling issues such as climate change. Everyone who cares about issues such as illegal arms trade, activities of arms manufacturers and traders whose weapons fuel conflicts around the globe, or climate justice will correctly be horrified by this blatant attack on basic democratic rights of elected public bodies to act on behalf of the residents who elected them. This bill specifically protects the State of Israel, Israeli companies and their human rights abuses from local authority sanctions, no matter what human rights abuses it might commit or indeed committing now. It is also self-evident that councils and other public bodies must be free and indeed have a duty to act to prevent or discourage breaches of international humanitarian law. It is clear Israeli settlements are illegal under international law, and no local authority or government should be offering support to such activity. The government's anti-BDS bill contradicts the guiding principles on business and human rights published by the United Nations. The anti-BDS bill penalises public bodies complying with the UK's responsibilities as a permanent member of the UN Security Council and takes away the democratic right of public bodies to make ethical financial decisions. The bill uniquely shields human rights abuses by Israel, allowing Israel to act with impunity. Indeed, this bill, in exempting specific countries, namely Israel, despite their human rights abuses and war crimes now, does so when we do not know what future actions such countries may take. This is a show of complete contempt for the people of Palestine and the daily inhumanity, abuse and discrimination they face. This bill is a textbook case of divide and rule. Textbook case of divide and rule politics. It is profoundly disappointing that the government is pursuing ahead with the anti-boycott bill at this moment when tensions are deeply high and extremely high in our communities. In the past few weeks, almost 7,000 Palestinians have been killed, almost half of them children, 1,400 Israelis killed, with the civilians of Gaza being massacred by Israeli airstrikes, and war crimes are happening in real time. It's an immediate ceasefire that is required, and the Prime Minister, the government, the leader of the opposition and all political leaders in this House should be calling for an immediate ceasefire. Boycott, divestment and sanctions are an effective means of peaceful resistance. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is no less toxic than when it was at the previous stage. If it passes, it will close off a vital democratic avenue for the closest representatives of ordinary people at a local level to demand accountability and change. And it will show how little this government cares about the lives of civilians and the plight of persecuted and exploited communities around the world. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do welcome this bill. It fulfils a manifesto commitment and it restates and protects the government's foreign and trade policy prerogatives by preventing local authorities and other public bodies from pursuing politically motivated foreign policy objectives of their own. Now, some have said that this bill would limit free speech, but I don't think that is correct, because individual councillors and officials of public bodies can still say whatever they like as private citizens within the law, as long as that speech, of course, is lawful. But local councils have no democratic mandate to use their control of taxpayers' funds and assets to create their own foreign policy, or to express divisive opinions that undermine social cohesion in the communities for which they're responsible. We've heard devolution spoken about in the Chamber, and I'm a supporter of devolution, but the whole point of devolution is that certain powers are devolved and certain powers are not. And when my constituents go to the ballot box at local elections, they vote for the candidate who they think will be the best person to ensure regular bin collections or well-maintained roads or social care. They're not voting on foreign policy or defence policy or income tax rates, because these are nationally reserved issues for the Westminster Government. It's therefore unjustifiable for local authorities to pretend that they do have a democratic mandate to use ratepayers' money to signal their own foreign policy positions. So this bill doesn't restrict free speech, rather it restricts public bodies from undermining policies decided nationally by their national government elected in national ballots. None of the amendments we're debating today would enhance the bill, and in fact some are intended to make it unworkable. Amendment 4, for example, would make the pension scheme divestment provisions unworkable. Amendments 7 and 21 seek to remove an important clause of the bill which relates to Israel. Now, these amendments fail to miss the crucial point of the bill and, in fact, the reason that it is being brought forward. All recorded recent examples of public bodies pursuing boycotts against foreign states or territories have been against Israel. BDS, which we've heard about extensively today in the debate, is unique in its targeting of the world's only Jewish state. The BDS movement is not a harmless, peaceful movement. It has alarming links to extremists, including the Hamas terrorist group, which has just committed probably the worst crimes that we've seen in my lifetime, the worst mass killing of Jews since the Holocaust. Public bodies funded by UK taxpayers should not be expressing public support for the divisive ideology advanced by the BDS movement. In fact, the founder of the BDS movement has repeatedly expressed his opposition to Israel's right to exist as a state of the Jewish people and has endorsed Palestinian armed resistance. When public bodies seek to undermine British foreign policy and trade policy and choose to do that only for matters relating to Israel, it gives legitimacy to and encourages the sort of appalling anti-Semitic protest and attacks that we have seen over the past few weeks. Take my home city of Sheffield as an example. In 2019, the council passed a motion regarding their position on Palestine. It had nothing to do with their responsibilities as a local authority, but everything to do with their attempt to signal their anti-Israel political views. On the 1st of November, in under a week's time, the Green Party councillors will put forward a motion entitled Stopping the Genocide in Gaza that makes no mention of Hamas and its terrorism. Since the horrific terrorist attacks on Israel by Hamas, we've seen some shocking scenes on the streets of Sheffield. The Israeli flag torn down from the town hall, anti-Semitic chants on our streets, even a roadblock set up by supporters of Hamas, intimidating drivers and asking for money. And I find it unbelievable and shameful that after witnessing the despicable attacks, torture and rapes of Jewish civilians, these actions can take place in Sheffield, supposedly a city of sanctuary. It's very difficult for the Jewish community in Sheffield to feel safe when the local authority, the official elected body, appears to align itself with hardline anti-Israel movements. And that's why we need this bill, because yet again, Israel and the Jewish people are being singled out and subjected to discrimination across this country and across the world. This singling out of Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, is just another form of the world's oldest prejudice. Of course, the government of Israel can be criticised by British citizens, as can any government in the world. But it's unacceptable for local authorities and public bodies to abuse their position to make divisive political interventions for which they have no democratic mandate. That's why I support for this bill to go forward unamended.
Steve McKay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by saying I'm not sure it's helpful, as some have sought to do in this debate today, to link the proceedings with the current crisis in Israel and Gaza. I think we should be careful about that. And I want to thank my right honourable friend for Ashton-under-Lyne for the tone she adopted in her opening remarks and her call for sensitivity and moderation in our approach to this issue. For me, the nature of the BDS campaign is to promote anti-normalisation. It's encouraging the notion that there shouldn't be contact, trade, exchange, negotiation, even dialogue with Israel. The founder of the BDS movement has repeatedly expressed his view that the Israeli state shouldn't exist. And for me, it's clear what the aims of the movement are. And consequently, I'm utterly opposed to the aims of BDS. And I believe they are as detrimental to the interests of the people in this country as they are to the people of Israel and the Palestinians. And I often think when I hear people talking about the BDS movement, they completely misunderstand exactly what the nature of our relationships with Israel are in terms of trade, medicines, security, technological exchange, the way people in this country are kept healthier and safer as a result of those relations. So I say I'm utterly opposed to it. And not only does it target Israel and hurt the Palestinians, but it's completely detrimental to the interests of the people in this country. Now, just in passing, as a Birmingham MP, I want to make a reference to the point raised by the right honourable gentleman for Northampton North, who's unfortunately not in his place at the moment. I just want him to know that Veolia still have a contract with Birmingham City Council, and despite his great efforts to suggest that Birmingham were responsible for Veolia pulling out of Israel, I think he rather overstates the case, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do want to say to the Secretary of State and to the Minister, who was extremely courteous and reasonable throughout the committee, but I do want to say to them, after so many hours in committee and such a period for reflection, I'm really disappointed to see that we've had so little movement from the government at report stage. And I hate to say this, but I actually find it's hard not to reach the conclusion that the aims and the arguments of BDS may not be the total priority here. And I hope I'm wrong about that, and I hope that people will be able to demonstrate to me that I'm wrong about that. I have to say I remain strongly of the view that the government would be well advised to drop clause 3.7 altogether. I think it will probably make things worse, and I found myself in total agreement with the honourable member for North West Hampshire on that. And I remain unconvinced by clause 4.1b, and I do support amendments 16 and 13. And I also want to support new clause 3, which seeks to provide protection for religious dietary requirements. I think it was mentioned earlier that one of the BDS movement proposals was to remove kosher food from supermarket shelves. Now, I can't believe anyone in their right mind would actually think that is a reasonable way to proceed, and so I welcome the new clause. In my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a bill to address the iniquities of the BDS movement. We need a bill to unite people on all sides of this House who genuinely want consensus and broadly share the same aims. I regret the bill in its present form is not a piece of legislation that will achieve that outcome, and I urge ministers, there's still time to reconsider the approach. There's still time to seek a consensus.
Hear, hear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems to fall to me to speak last in this debate from the back benches. And excellent, excellent. The Right Honourable Member and I may be on a similar theme, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Birmingham-Selly, with whom, if I'm not mistaken, we visited Gaza together some 11 years ago. And I think this evening it was mentioned by one colleague that the question tonight is, which side are you on? I don't think that is the question at all, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I'm asked that question, my answer is always the same. I'm on the side of the United Kingdom. And that, I believe, is what everyone in this House, with the possible exception of those who seek not to be in the United Kingdom, that's where we should all be. And that requires really me and all of us to define the national interest in the context of this and any proposed legislation. Now, we can define national interest in different ways. Our deep family ties with Commonwealth members, our close cultural and economic ties with our neighbours in Europe, our shared values with fellow democracies, our historical links with nations around the world. But we would place first, surely, our security and the potential vulnerability of this nation to terrorists and nations abroad who would damage us. So it is, of course, strongly in our interests to bring forward legislation, therefore, that builds bridges for communities both here and abroad as part of our role as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, committed to the rule of law and promoting the values of free speech and transparency, strong in the belief, for example, that democracies sticking to international rules of engagement, because to do otherwise risks us descending to the level of the thugocracies that exist elsewhere. So where does that lead me and us in today's debate? It means that we, without reservation, condemn the appalling acts of Hamas in its invasion of several villages and kibbutzes of southern Israel, close to the border. Its murder of civilians and its taking of hostages from, I believe, 41 countries. It means that we strongly support Israel's right of defence, but it also means that we believe that the invasion of Gaza by air, let alone by ground, has inevitably already caused as many, if not more, civilian casualties in ways that have already almost certainly broken the rules of international engagement, including in terms of access to water, electricity, fuel, medicines, and so on. Now, I understand and I accept that all infrastructure in Gaza is compromised by Hamas. There will be buildings and basements of schools and hospitals and so on that Hamas is using. But that does not justify, for example, bombing buildings of refuge in the compound of St. Porphyrius. So our position in this nation for a genuine two-state solution that allows for both the state of Israel, a remarkable state with so much to admire, and a state of Palestine, with people who've suffered since the Nakba of 1948 over access to lands, in some cases seized illegally in the occupied territories, as United Nations law makes clear. This is the right position, however difficult to achieve, however abused by this Israeli government's continued deliberate building of illegal settlements in the occupied territories, and by Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran's refusal to allow Israel to exist at all. And this, then, is the relevance of a pro-UK policy to this particular bill, the EAPB, because into this delicate landscape of increasing polarization throughout the Middle East strides the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Bill. Now, I do agree with the principle of reducing local government posturing on foreign policy. Some of us are old enough to remember the Labour Lambeth Borough Council's nuclear-free zone. But the principle of the AAPB, therefore, can be reasonably in the national interest. And I agree with the member for Birmingham-Selly and many others on both sides of the House that the BDS movement is clearly anti-Semitic. It's clearly aimed at Israel. There is no question about that. But at the same time, when my friend, the member for Brigg and Poole, advised that we should therefore stop everything regardless and support Israel and its government's statements on any issue regardless. I do not think that that is the case. Our support should not be at the price of explicitly giving the Israeli government a completely free hand in its policy towards the West Bank and the occupied territories, riding roughshod through UNSC motions drafted by the United Kingdom, Madam Deputy Speaker, because without them, the facts on the ground, as the government likes to call them, makes a two-state solution harder and harder. And therefore, the motivation behind the drafting of Amendment 7 today, which I am supporting so strongly, is not to bow down before threats by Hamas and those who wish for no state of Israel at all. It is not to support the constituent of mine who said to me in a peace march, notice the irony of the words a peace march, who said to me that Hitler had a point. No, I am not supporting Amendment 7 to support anything like that, but I am doing so because there are many others of my constituents and other Muslims in this country who do believe in a two-state solution, who do want to see peace. And I do believe that the representatives of those Arab governments who have reached agreement with Israel and signed the Abraham Accords do so because they do not want to see Israel destroyed. They do want to see peace in the Middle East. And I do not believe that any of them would support the clauses in this bill tonight that prevent us from holding the occupation, the illegal occupation by Israeli settlers to account. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, tonight, although there are other amendments from the Right Honourable Member from North West Hampshire who spoke so well this evening that I also support, it is principally Amendment 7, which gives us a chance to put this bill back on the right track and removing one aspect of the bill this evening that prevents us, I believe, at the very least inhibits us from holding the Israeli government to account in the way that so many people in this country and abroad would like to do so. So it is not about being naive. It is recognising the BDS movement is deeply unpleasant, is targeting Israel. Yes, we must be vigilant against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, but we should not exclude from holding Israel to account, Madam Deputy Speaker, and therefore that is why I'm supporting Amendment 7 this evening.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Gloucester. And I rise to speak in particular in favour of the Member for North West Hampshire's Amendment 7. And it's with a heavy heart that I'm taking part in this debate today, frankly at all. I was half-minded not to. Because now is not the time. The impact of the awful violence in Israel and Palestine on communities across the world cannot be underestimated. But the answer is not to debate this bill right now. By all means, let's have space, time. There's only been statements. We haven't had a chance to talk about it. By all means, let's do that. But not this. It was unwise to even table this for this week. And on Monday, I urged the Prime Minister to change his mind. In his response, he spoke about the importance of not undermining community cohesion. Well, I would politely suggest that if you don't want to undermine community cohesion, the last thing you should do is bring forward this bill. And may I associate myself with the arguments made by the Right Honourable Member for Barking? Because what she said was exactly what members of my Jewish community have said to me, that they are appalled that the government is choosing to play politics at this time. Because this bill was divisive at the best of times. And the fact is, this is the worst of times. And that holds true regardless of what you may think of the contents of the bill itself. The Liberal Democrats are on the record with our opposition to the specific clauses within it at second reading. But what I'm here to primarily talk about is that timing. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 7 does cut to the chase of this issue. That's the amendment that addresses the fact that the bill has on the face of it, in Clause 3, the conflict in Israel and Palestine, a conflict that in the last 3 weeks has cost thousands of innocent lives. A conflict where intense diplomacy is required. And I'm frankly shocked that the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister, having toured the Middle East and having understood the strength of feeling but also the sensitivities, have decided that this in any way helps them do their very, very important jobs. And make no mistake, those leaders in the Arab world are watching what is happening here today. They will. And I don't think it shows us in the best light. And if the Prime Minister backs two states and wants to take any sort of lead, he needs to mean it. I'm sorry to say that this bill coming forward in this week is not the mark of a statesman. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace because this conflict is affecting families across the UK as well as abroad. Maybe they're fearful of becoming the victim of a hate crime, and we have seen a dreadful rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia over the last 3 weeks. The Community Support Trust has recorded the highest ever number of anti-Semitic incidents across this 17-day period. Or maybe they are fearful for their family in the region, and I've spoken already many times about my fears for my extended family in Gaza. Or maybe they are fearful for their loved ones who are being held hostage by Hamas. If we are going to engage in this conflict, we should speak about how to get those hostages free. And earlier this week, I and my party leader met with some of those families, including the aunt of Ariel and Kfir, who are 4 years old and 9 months old. I was disgusted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see a picture of 4-year-old Ariel defaced with horns, with Hitler imagery at a bus stop in Finchley this morning. An utterly grotesque act. I hope the perpetrators are caught and the full force of the law applied. This hateful anti-Semitism has no place in our society, and that is not up for debate. And on Palestinians, we should be speaking about the situation on the ground in Gaza and how we get aid in. Children in Gaza are writing their names on their hands so that if they are killed, they can be buried with their families. And I attended a vigil yesterday where we mourned those innocent children whose lives have been needlessly lost. It is not right that innocent Palestinians are being held account for Hamas's atrocities. Now, I've heard arguments, but primarily from the government benches, purporting that Hamas are telling people not to move and find safety. But that, I'm sorry to say, is not what I'm hearing, certainly not from my own family. And may I say, I find it deeply offensive to suggest that Hamas are giving my family orders. The reasons why they are not moving is because they are frail, they can't, and even if they do, the south is being bombed too. The conversation has changed in Gaza. No longer do they ask, where do I go to be safe? The question now is, where do I go to die? So how to facilitate releasing those hostages? How to safeguard innocent civilian lives? It's a humanitarian ceasefire, a position backed by the Pope, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the United States Secretary of State Blinken, and finally, it seems, the government this morning. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what this House should be doing at this time is digging deep into our humanity and our compassion. It's a time for leadership, for soothing words, and for calm, to bring people together, all people, directly affected or not, and to demonstrate by what we do here how to let the light pierce in to the darkness and despair. So I support this amendment wholeheartedly, and I believe that this place can and should offer more than division. And Madam Deputy Speaker, let me make my final point very clearly. I do not want something like this to drive a wedge between any members in this House and our Jewish community. I stood with members of my Jewish community in Oxford in the first week of the attack, and I grieved with them. We shed tears together. I stand shoulder to shoulder with them now. We all stand shoulder to shoulder with them now. And to those members who suggest pick a side, or even worse, suggest by voting not with the government today that I am against peace, how dare they? How dare they? I'll tell you what I am on the side of. I am on the side of basic humanity. I am on the side of those who want to bring consensus. I am on the side of the Israeli community, the Palestinian community, of the Jewish, Muslim and Christian communities. This is a tragedy that affects the whole world, and I say to this government, do better.
David Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I support the amendments in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for North West Hampshire, and wish to speak specifically to Amendments 7 and 3. Now, this bill was introduced pursuant to a Conservative manifesto commitment at the last general election, which was to ban public bodies from imposing their own direct or indirect boycotts, disinvestment or sanctions campaigns against foreign countries. It's important to note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the wording of that commitment is not country-specific. It's agnostic. But it's very clear from the debate thus far, most particularly the debate on second reading, but also today, that the measures contained in the bill are aimed primarily at the BDS campaign that has for some 2 decades targeted the state of Israel. This is quite proper. Foreign policy in this country, as other honourable members have said, should be determined by the government of this country and not by local authorities or other public bodies. The bill is broadly drawn, except in one respect which paradoxically robs it of its breadth, which is that it contains a specific measure to prevent any attempt at a later date to modify its provisions in respect of the conduct of the government of Israel in relation to the territory of Israel, the occupied Palestinian territories and the occupied Golan Heights. And it's clear from the Secretary of State's remarks at second reading that the principal mischief that the government intends to target is the undoubted evil of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic behaviour, which have been among the most regrettable consequences, in fact deplorable consequences, of the BDS campaign. Clamping down on anti-Semitism is obviously important, indeed it's essential, and no one would dispute that it's a good thing. In fact, given the current events in and close to Gaza, and indeed on the streets of London, doing everything possible to prevent it is very much a priority. It's more than arguable, however, that in the case of public bodies, there is a legislative vehicle for doing that already, in the shape of the Equality Act 2010, most particularly Section 149, which imposes a public sector equality duty on such bodies, requiring them to pay due regard to the need to foster good relations between persons of different religions, ethnicities, and nationalities. But the government has decided that the Equality Act is insufficient and has decided to go further and effectively to outlaw the activities of the BDS movement in relation to Israel only, using this bill as the vehicle. That is not a country-agnostic ambition of the sort that was envisaged in the manifesto commitment. This bill is a broad bill with one particularly anomalous element, and as such it throws up problems that the amendments seek to rectify. Amendment 7 addresses the problem that arises under Clause 3, Subclause 5 of which provides that the Secretary of State or the Minister for the Cabinet Office may make regulations specifying a country or territory to which the provisions of Clause 1 cease to apply. In other words, permitting a public body to make a procurement or investment decision in such a way as to express political or moral disapproval of the conduct of a foreign state. However, Clause 3.7 goes on to provide that such regulations may not specify Israel, the occupied Palestinian territories, or the occupied Golan Heights.
The effect of Clause 3.7, therefore, is to make absolutely clear that the sole purpose of this bill is to give totally unique protection to Israel from BDS activity. I don't believe it should be necessary to bring that on the face of the bill. There may well be future circumstances in which it would be appropriate and desirable for public bodies to seek to express disapproval of the conduct of a foreign state. And if any regulations were made permitting such conduct, they would self-evidently be done in circumstances in which they were approved of by the government. However, accepting Israel, the occupied Palestinian territories and the Golan Heights from the ministerial power to make such regulations is a very strange approach. In the first place, it is not, as I've said, country neutral, which it should be. The absence of neutrality may indeed cause offence to people from other countries around the world, not least those moderate Islamic states who are doing their very best at the moment to try to diffuse the tension that has arisen in the Middle East. Moreover, it creates an unacceptable equivalence between the status of the OPTs and the Golan Heights, both of which are arguably illegally occupied and are certainly, in the view of the government, in the case of the OPTs, illegally settled, and that of the sovereign territory of Israel itself. That's a matter that is likely, I'm afraid, to attract significant international criticism, as it may well put the United Kingdom in breach of its obligations under UN Security Council Resolution 2334. And being found to be in breach of that resolution, I do not believe, is something that the government should be happy to risk. And secondly, that exception is frankly perplexing. It means that if at some future time the government were to decide to show disapproval of the actions of the State of Israel, a cabinet minister would not be able to do so without launching standalone primary legislation. How can that possibly be a sensible approach? And why is it necessary? Are secretaries of states and cabinet office ministers so capricious, so inclined to engage in frolics of their own, that they will pursue measures that are not approved of by the government? Aren't they trusted by the government to behave responsibly? And if not, why are they members of the government at all? The provision is illogical, unnecessary, and I think potentially damaging to the interests of the United Kingdom and its reputation. And I believe that this amendment is therefore entirely right. Amendment 3 seeks to remove Clause 4.1b, which I believe constitutes a perplexing and indeed unacceptable constraint on free speech. If decision makers are prevented from making a particular investment or procurement decision because of the provisions of this bill, if it is indeed enacted, that should be the end of the matter. There is no good reason in a free country why they should be precluded from saying what they would have done were it not against the law to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a Conservative government. Conservatives believe in and value free speech. Indeed, the government itself has recently legislated to protect freedom of speech under the law in the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Act, which makes this provision all the more anomalous. And I find myself in the extraordinary position of agreeing entirely with the remarks of the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington in this regard. This is a deeply unconservative measure, and I believe that this amendment is right and the provision should go.
Secretary of State, Michael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all members who contributed to this debate for the thought and care that they have given to the legislation before us. I appreciate that we are debating these measures at a sensitive time. I appreciate that across this House there will be different emphases that people will place on aspects of this legislation and the broader issues with which it deals. Let me be clear, I have respect for everyone who's spoken and the arguments that they have made. And where there is disagreement, it is within the context of everyone in this House being united in their horror at terrorism, their desire for peace, and their belief in a two-state solution. We are seeking in this bill to give effect to a manifesto commitment, as my right honourable friend has just pointed out. And the bill was introduced earlier this year, and indeed completed its committee stage earlier this year under the careful and thoughtful stewardship of my honourable friend, the member for Kensington, with contributions from all sides of merit and thought and care. Of course, those debates took place before the horrific events of October the 7th, which so many colleagues in this debate have made reference to. It's important to remember, I don't think anyone in this House can forget, that on October the 7th we saw the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. That atrocity was perpetrated by terrorists from Hamas, whose aim is very clear and very simple: the elimination of the Jewish state, the elimination of Jewish lives, whatever the background beliefs or origin of those Jewish lives, they were to be exterminated. It is the case that there are still more than 200 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Across the House we grieve for them and their families, and I want to thank in particular the members for Walthamstow and Brant East, with whom I've been in touch, who've been working very hard to ensure that their constituents who are affected by it are released and brought home. And I also want to thank the Shadow Business Secretary, who joined me and many members from all parties at a vigil in Trafalgar Square on Sunday to call for the return of those hostages. We also across this House sympathise with the innocent people of Gaza, and we sympathise with all those Palestinian people who have suffered, and we recognise that for many of the innocent people of Gaza, they are hostages too. They are hostages of Gaza, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the other terrorist organisations that operate within that territory. And it is vital at all times that we draw a distinction between those who suffer in Gaza and those who are perpetrating suffering in the name of terrorism. I'm very conscious we're debating these issues against that backdrop, but it is important that we look at the principles behind the bill. May I also thank our friend, the Ambassador of the State of Israel, who is here in the gallery to listen to our considerations. She and other ambassadors have been working with the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in order to make sure that every hostage is released, is back home in their Jewish home with their families. It's important to recognise in considering this legislation what the bill doesn't do. A number of legitimate concerns were expressed which actually don't reflect what is in the bill and what the bill is intended to achieve. The bill doesn't prevent any individual from articulating their support for the BDS campaign, or indeed any particular policy that the BDS campaign puts forward. It simply prevents public bodies being used and public money being used to advance that case. So any of us as individuals have a total right of freedom of speech, however offensive or difficult some of the words that some utter might be. Free speech is not affected by this bill. And the bill does not also prevent human rights considerations being taken into account by local authorities. The bill makes clear that legitimate human rights considerations, provided they are non-country specific, should be taken into account. And of course, if the range of human rights considerations, and I note the point that was made by the member for Camden and Redruth about animal welfare, if there are specific human rights considerations that need to be added to the bill, then we will consider that in the Lords, because we do want to make sure, and here I will also take note of the comments made by the member for Brighton Pavilion, we do want to make sure that there is a robust way of ensuring that local authorities can uphold human rights on a non-country specific basis. And I also noted some of the concerns that were expressed about the impact on the local government pension scheme. Let me stress again, there is no damage to the fiduciary duty that trustees of that scheme will have to uphold in making sure that they secure the best value of their investments for their members. What the bill does do is it deals with a broad principle. And that broad principle is that foreign policy should be reserved to this House, and that it is important to stress that when other public bodies take a stand on foreign policy, they risk both vitiating the power of this government and this House to achieve goals for the benefit of the United Kingdom, but they also and can create specific community tensions. And talking of specific community tensions takes us, of course, to the specific menace that is the BDS movement. It is, of course, possible for local government to consider adopting boycotts in a variety of ways, but the truth is that if we look at local government, and indeed, as my right honourable friend, the member for Priscilla Pembrokeshire, has pointed out, at devolved administrations, the only country that has been singled out so far for boycott, divestment and sanctions campaigns has been Israel. Let's not hide from that fact. And the reason for that is that the BDS campaign is in itself anti-Semitic. It's not exercising disapproval of some particular foreign policy or domestic policy decision of the State of Israel. It is saying that Israel should not exist. It's instructive, though not easy, to look at the communications that the BDS movement have issued on social media since October the 7th. Not one word of sympathy for the Israeli people in their suffering. Indeed, what they have said on social media, talking of those deaths, is their blood, the blood of the Jewish people, the Israeli people killed, their blood is on the hands of the Israeli government. The BDS campaign have said the root cause of this violence, the deaths on October the 7th, must be acknowledged. Israel as the occupier. The BDS movement has cited a variety of politicians as what they call partners in genocide. Rishi Sunak, Joe Biden, Olaf Scholz, and Ursula von der Leyen. And of course, the BDS campaign continues to repeat the lie, the blood libel, that it was the Israeli Defense Force that was responsible for the tragic loss of life at the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza. That is what we are dealing with. And I'm very grateful to the member for Birmingham Lakewood for making clear the horror that he holds and so many of us hold for the BDS movement. But of course, there is an argument that perhaps this bill is divisive, not wanted in particular by many voices in the Jewish community. And there are some voices in the Jewish community who do have concerns, and we've listened to them. But it is also the case that the representative bodies that speak for Britain's Jewish community are united in supporting this bill. The Board of Deputies, which has representatives from every single Jewish constituency, Jewish organisation, every Jewish community, secular, religious, and also the Jewish Leadership Council, which has representatives from every political as well as faith tradition within the Jewish community. And also, we heard reference, and it is horrific to think about it, to the increase that we've seen in anti-Semitic incidents over recent weeks, and indeed the member for Barking and Dagenham made reference to the Community Security Trust. I've been in contact with the Community Security Trust this afternoon, and I should say that they sent me this message. BDS has a chilling impact on Jews. It is a modern reminder of anti-Jewish boycotts. It also serves to legitimise the shunning of Jews from decent society. And having been shunned, that's a halfway house to all manner of more abusive and physical outcomes. So I do think that while we respect the diversity of voices, when you have such unity from those who speak for the Jewish community, indeed the Jewish communities of the United Kingdom, when they are so clear that this legislation is in the interest of community cohesion, fighting anti-Semitism, and making the United Kingdom a safe house for everyone, when they are so clear, we should treat their words with respect. Now, of course, the point has been made that the mention specifically in the bill of Israel, on the face of the bill, could perhaps in some cases engender a greater degree of polarisation and anti-Semitism. And I know that people who make that argument make it sincerely. But as the member for Brigham Gould pointed out, sometimes you do just have to stand up for what is right. And if there are people who are provoked as a result of that, that is regrettable, but we should not shy away from telling the truth. We should not shy away from saying that what has been going on with Gaza's genocidal campaign against the Jewish people is something that we as a country need to stand against. And when the BDS campaign has in its leadership the leaders of Hamas, then we need to be clear about this evil and this menace. And it's not just my argument, it is also the argument of the Jewish community organisations that I cited earlier, including the Jewish Leadership Council. They said in their submission to the committee considering this bill that the inclusion of Clause 3.7 recognises the unique nature of the BDS campaign against Israel. They say, it is our belief that if this clause were excised, as one amendment seeks to achieve, the very purpose of the bill would be undermined. Such a change would convert a bill aiming to prevent anti-Israel BDS campaigns from abusing our public bodies into a tool to facilitate it. I think it's debatable, of course, whether this is the right way forward. The Jewish Leadership Council are very clear that it is. But I would simply ask, after everything that we have seen in the last 3 weeks, if this House were now to remove a specific protection for the State of Israel at this time, what message would it send? And therefore, I submit to every member of this House that we should listen to the Jewish community in the clarity with which they speak. I'd be delighted to give them.
I'm very grateful to him, and can I thank for the tone he's adopted so far. It's very important that we adopt the correct tone in this debate. Does he recognise the concerns that it's not just Israel that's in that specific clause, but why the government has included the occupied Palestinian territories and the Golan Heights, and that has also aroused some comment and debate and criticism?
The honourable gentleman's point, and I do appreciate the concerns that he articulates, which I know a number of people share. But the way in which the bill is designed makes it clear there is a separation between Israel, the OPTs, and indeed the Golan Heights. And as the Jewish Leadership Council pointed out in their evidence to the Select Committee, on which I know he served with distinction, they say this clause recognises this distinction. It absolutely does. And it closes a loophole to ensure that public bodies cannot remain tools of the BDS movement against Israel. It is also the case that this clause, by making that distinction, and the bill overall, reserves to the UK government the role of maintaining, as we do, our absolute commitment to a two-state solution. So the bill, as framed, is absolutely not in breach of international law. It enables the UK government to speak with one voice on behalf of the entire United Kingdom in our determination to secure a two-state solution. However difficult that prospect, however distant that prospect may be at the moment. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend and then to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful, Secretary of State. I'm just interested in how, under Clause 3, where it specifically says that the exceptions to any prohibition are A, Israel, B, the occupied Palestinian territories, and C, the occupied Golan Heights. What is the distinction there between Israel and those two that means that actually we can still hold the government of the day accountable for illegal settler occupations in those two occupied areas?
The fact that they are listed separately and individually affirms the absolutely principal purpose of treating them individually and separately. I'm sorry, if people on the front bench think it's appropriate to smile, laugh and joke about this issue, then I regret that. If people disagree on a principled fashion, I do respect that. But the key thing here is that we know that there are people who have attempted to use language relating to what happens in the occupied territories. And indeed, my right honourable friend, the member for Northampton North, former Attorney General, cited a number of examples of that, specifically to seek to target people on the basis of their Jewish identity, and that is wrong. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. There's another point here as well. If we accept, as everybody who's spoken today has apparently accepted, that the BDS campaign is a pernicious anti-Semitic campaign, it is pernicious and anti-Semitic whether it's against the State of Israel or whether it's against products coming from the occupied Palestinian territories. So the campaign, the BDS campaign, should be outlawed wherever it takes place. It's very simple.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and indeed, again, the member for Northampton North, former Attorney General, made it clear that in France and in Germany, that the BDS campaign is outlawed in the way that we seek to do here. No one denies for a moment that France and Germany under Emmanuel Macron and Olaf Scholz are valued partners for peace, upholders of international law. Yes, of course.
I'm grateful to my right friend for giving way. On this point of international agreements, will my right friend agree with me that given the United Kingdom is party to a series of World Trade Organization framework agreements, such as the General Procurement Agreement, the UK has a duty not to discriminate in its trade practices and to permit public bodies to engage in anti-Semitic BDS activities would actually be undermining our very international agreements?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I thank him for his thoughtful contribution. I do recognise the sincerity of and the commitment of my opposite number, the member for Ashton Underline. Both she and indeed her predecessor, the member for Wigan, have been brave and forthright in calling out anti-Semitism wherever it occurs. And I would like to thank her for her work and the conversations that we've had formally and informally on this. It's for that reason that I say with respect that I do disagree. I understand the intent of the Labour frontbench's motion, but I do disagree. Because as they acknowledge in their own amendment, which is brought forward for understandable reasons, to make sure that the people can't adopt through an ambiguous form of words a means of preventing people having access to kosher or halal food, it is the case that there is the potential for an ambiguous form of words, and lawyers have been clear on this, to be used in order, without mentioning Israel by name, to make it clear that a boycott campaign is directed towards Israel. And I think that we all have a duty to be clear about that. The BDS movement is clear in what it upholds. An evil campaign, not just to eliminate the state of Israel, but also to target Palestinians who work with Israeli institutions. It's been crystal clear in recent weeks about its total failure, not just failure, conscious desire not to express a shred of sympathy or regret for the loss of innocent lives. It is clear about what it wants to do, to sow division. It is clear that its actions lead to, and have always led to, an increase in anti-Semitic attacks. Those who speak for the Jewish community in this country have been clear as well. They respect the diversity and plurality of opinions in this House. They respect the motives, they respect the feelings, they respect the strong emotions that these issues engage. But they have also been clear that they wish this legislation to pass, they wish it to pass unamended, and they wish it to pass now. I honour them in their suffering, and it is for that reason that I would urge the House to reject the amendments before it tonight and to pass this bill.
I call Chris Stevens to indicate whether or not he wants to move new clause 1 to a division.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not be moving new clause 1 and I'll be pursuing a division on Amendment 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the honourable member have the leave of the House to withdraw new clause 1? New clause by leave withdrawn. Amendment 14 has been selected for separate decision. I call Angela Rayner to move Amendment 14 formally. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Gerald Jones and Tonya Antoniaza. Tellers for the noes, Scott Mann and Joy Morrissey.